very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expect.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to have a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Straight into the game we go for the third map here. It is Overpass. Apeks taking on Illuminar. Apeks won Illuminar's map pick 16-6. They made it look easy, and now the odds are in their favor. Only on the map, also on 1xbet, our partner here. Make sure you check out cct.gg/1xbet. Let's see if Apeks, starting on the CT side, can get the ball rolling once again.
And you'd like to think so, considering the performance on Anubis, man. This is a way more CT-sided map, so maybe just comfortability of playing extra X Factor. JL first to take contact behind the long rock, and everybody's going to come swinging from the fences, but nobody actually takes a lick of damage. Now it's on to the con players to try to shut this round down as they hear the T's maybe running back, round fountain, sticking around that region. But yet to flank, they're going to start to back away, concede the positioning, instead say, you know what, if you want to go anywhere, we've got you covered. We've got this rotation cut regardless of which avenue you take. Now you've got to come to us. And JL, well, they did come to him, but they didn't actually take him down. Vice versa goes, though, is now you leave it to the con player and kicks him. So many players to worry about and so many different angles to cover, and just none of them go the way of Apeks, it seems. The shots don't connect, and now Jacob's going to have to step up, or somebody is. I mean, you never really know who, but hopefully it can be Sticko if you're an Apeks fan. Taking down to it long leads to believe that it might be him. But they've rotated off. Jacob has forfeited the positioning and given them the site control, and the bomb's going to go down with it. The next one to worry about is Knock from Khan. When do you expect this flank? Well, apparently, Morels never does, as he falls to 2-on-2 for the retake.
Trying to make it onto the site, but there's some good positioning from Illuminar. If they can catch out Beanox, that would be very important. Beanox takes a little bit of the duel there, but not decisive. Now he will get the headshot onto Jacob, and it is all up to Kixon. Trying to find Zan, but Zan is just hiding here. He's not really trying to take the duel, as there is not enough time anymore. Playing the time as smartly. So Beanox will take down Kixon, but the bomb does explode anyway, so that would have netted him the round as well. This round going the way of Illuminar. Same time, maybe they can get the start going. Now, Apeks, will they force up into this one? The scout on knock says yes. And we can see some interesting duels here as the scouts, I should say, could take the duels in the long range part of the map towards long and also mid. But the MP9 could shine towards that B site. So let's not take Apeks out of this one already, as Knock will try to get a quick peek in, but the flash blocks his vision, or actually blinds his vision. He has to back away, play a little bit more safe. Lift Kixon to just fight for himself in that long position, and he's going to take control of mid and also anyone trying to get close to bathrooms. Playing this pretty safely, but at the same time, they are taking duels. They're not shying away from the Mac 10s and the Galils and the AK.
Ooh. Maybe you should shy away from them, though. Knock, he doesn't seem too shy to take open the round, and Illuminar is still stuck back over in T spawn area, or rather the region that the T's normally get for free. And I don't know what the next move is to go forward. Jacob spotting Beanox deep in Monster, but Sticko doesn't budge. This is all just a bait and switch, hoping that maybe they'll come walking in, trying to find that pick back in desperation, and in doing so would dig themselves deeper into the hole they've already found. And Dixon hasn't yet given up the angle at long mast, hoping that he can buy the element of opportunity. And when he peeks out, it'll be a tag exchanged on both ends, but that kind of favors Kixon. 4 HP won't really matter as a scout turns into an op, and Illuminar are running out of health quickly as they move up bathrooms.
Oh, Knock has to get something done in mid. Kixon finds Mast, and they're going to get close. Another tag would be very good, but Zan, he takes down Knock before he has a chance to. There it is, the tag from Kixon. 2 players are very low, and now the pistols can do the work, and also the MP9. There's still a player with full HP. That is Beanox, close to Bank, down to 30, and now they can start getting them. They can start getting the easy frags as they were all low, and they did so. Morales, the last one standing, gets one onto Jacob. JL is close by, but with the Deagle, a single body shot is just enough. And Apeks, again, as I was expecting, the scouts doing the heavy lifting, getting the tags on, and Apeks, they will just win the second round. Illuminar, they did get the bomb planted, so they could eco into this one. Not really a reason to force up here, as you would expect, right? To force by war to start, but as they did get the bomb down, should just be easier to just eco this one and buy into the next one.
And you know, that's the first break round we've seen this entire series go the other way. Finally, Apex's force gives them something to talk about, and, well, it's not going to be an easy street for the third round. It certainly could be if you win it if you're Apeks. Not the greatest amounts of weaponry, but certainly better than that of the rival in Illuminar, and now they want to try to take some initiative here. You see Sticko going quickly into water with this MP9, trying to make use of the close range of the SMG, and they'll take it for free. Nobody here, the only thing exchanged is the utility of Illuminar, and they don't have a lot of it, so the fact is they've already baited out so much considering what they came into the round with.
Trying to get aggressive towards long. It is Knock all the way behind the rock, and the flashes will come through, and the scout will take him out, but Tuao still goes down. And now Jacob knows better not to peek into long as Mast is getting closer with that scout. He does take a quick shoulder peek into long to just see what the situation is, but no one was spotted. Now again, that position is very good inside the bathrooms because he can see the shadows of the players coming through inside the bathrooms, but that's not usually what happens. They're just taking control of mid without committing to bathrooms, but at the same time, now they're going towards B. Sticko takes down 2. That is massive with the MP9. Beanox will manage to trade, but JL is there to answer, and Mast, now he's all alone. Wonderfully done with that MP9.
Dude, I mean, Sticko gets away with murder there. I mean, one, sure, you're almost guaranteed it in that angle, but anything more is highway robbery, and he does it so well. And then still, he doesn't die. He doesn't just go swinging onto the sewer player with a sidearm. He jumps around. He buys time for JL to come through and win them the round, in which he does, even though it was already done. It's just so well played, and it's a step in the right direction from what was once a very ugly, disturbing view of Inferno. Apeks have turned up the heat.
Looking to get more and more control of this CT side. Of course, they're on 86% win rate on this map, 65% on the CT round win percentage. So Apeks, you should expect to see them get ahead as the match goes on. Illuminar, they should be having some answers here and there. Not this time though, because they're playing only Glocks, and as we see in Apeks, they're always ready for those pistol rushes through one particular area. Now they are going to short, and Flash is perfect. Sticko dodges the blocks, but Kixen is just taking the duels, the triple for Kixen, and they just clean up very quickly there, leaving all the players alive, getting some more of that economy going. But Illuminar, they're going to buy up here. No up for them, unfortunately. But there's not going to be an up for Apeks just yet anyway. So in the long-range duels, sure, the AK can prevail against the M4. But we'll see if that is the plan of Illuminati. If they want to go through with the long-range duels, aka going through a long, if they want to try that B side again, because, I mean, they got very close with those Glocks.
They did, but alongside it, Apeks found that flawless round that you had just discussed, and right behind it was one where they kept 4 alive, using an MP9 after it found 2. This is an absolute slaughter right now from Apeks, who are about to go back-to-back on flawless rounds unless Beanox can say anything about it. I mean, just the implications of it are absolutely huge. Kixen, though, you can't be missing that shot. And Beanox, well, he's still very far away from converting the round. He's really trying to make a case for this man. He's kicking and screaming on his way out. 1 HP, he still stays separated from the bunch, but eventually he will go to bed. He will be put to rest, and this round will be concluding. Now, I was going to make a point about the kills in the last 3 rounds, but I guess that changes. So Apeks are still convincingly now in front.
By the way, Apeks have been playing so far, and how they played on Anubis, it just leaves me to wonder what happened on Inferno, right? Because on Inferno, things were not looking all that connected for them. But for now, in this one, and on Anubis, they played really, really well. Didn't really give any chances away to Illuminar most of the time. Now, they were aggressive against the weapon round. Now, this time, they're a little bit more passive, although JL takes the duel in short. But Knock, he's going to hear the first player running through towards long. He's still going to peek into this, and he gets the AK out and gets a third as well. Morales is in a 1-on-5 now. He's going to try and take the head off of Kixen, but that's not going to happen. Look at that, Apeks. They know exactly what they have to do. They know when to be aggressive. They know when to be passive. It's looking very good for Apeks so far. Again, not giving anything away. They lost the pistol round, but that was basically it for Illuminar so far. And they will have the buy here, Illuminati. Usually in the second buy, if the first one doesn't go well, in the second one, you already know what the enemy likes to do. But do Illuminar know?
I kind of wrote off Apeks on this map too, especially considering the recent performances on it. Now, it hasn't really been that great, but I mean, this is just a whole different team, and I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing right now with early damage already inflicted. The rifles have come back out from Illuminar, and this is just to try and stop the absolute wave of momentum that Apeks have already granted themselves in the first handful of rounds. No, it doesn't look like Apeks are going to be too fond of that happening. Kixen, again, has delivered an opener for Apeks, and I don't even think I can remember the last time they didn't win a 5-on-4.
Kixen, oh, that is the bomb. Finds a third one as well. Illuminar, what is going on? I mean, going down the ladder one by one, that's going to be very easy for Kingston to get the frags. And he gets himself in a good position. Now, Mass is very close with that all, but now he's all alone because JL finds a quick headshot onto Beanox. And Mass, with the op, he's going to find Kingston, but he needs to go through connector. And all of his exits are covered. JL peeks into Mass, and he goes down as well. But no way he can get away with this one. 35 seconds left. Time is pretty short. He's going back down into connector as Jacob is coming down the stairs. But he's holding an off angle. Mast, will he react in time? Oh, he got the crosser on him, but couldn't get a shot off. So that will be the 6th one, going the way of Apeks.
What's funny, too, is that if he finds that kill, I'm sure Mast is just going to go Wing into B to see if he can't make a round out of that. I mean, 1-on-2, 23 seconds, you're right next to B with the bomb. Imagine that. I mean, that would have been an insane throwaway from Apeks, but they don't really have to worry about how many bodies they throw at the problem. The funds are just that well established. Illuminar, they're back to pistols once more. Apeks, not only have their rifle rounds been insanely good, but their anti-ecos have been even better, not allowing them an inch on them.
Let's see if this one works better, right? This Stick 9s, there's a lot of util. They can just rush through the smokes with flashes, but at the same time, Apeks takes control of short. So this time, they're going to be ready for those kind of plays, those kind of aggressions from Illuminar. It should be another flash for short, and Sticko might be surprised to find himself completely blind. Oh, he's actually going to peek into...
Not again.
Short tunnel. I thought he was going to peek into connector. Would have been good timing. JL ooh, almost finds one. Sticko will find Morel, so he's still alive. That's a lot of pressure onto Illuminar because they have nothing apart from Monster in the site. They don't have short. They don't have CT. Basically, they are close to CT. But the push will still come through. And ooh, as the smoke fades, 2 players coming in from heaven. Kingston and Jacob doing the heavy lifting against the pistols. San in a 1-on-4. He only managed to take down 1 because San goes down to Jacob as well. This is 7-1 for Apeks. This is looking absolutely perfect so far.
I mean, 7-1 seems overcomplicated of it. I mean, this is 7 rounds in a row from Apeks. This is Apeks losing the pistol and then turning on their jet engines from there, but they win that break round. They just keep going forward with it, and they take the fight to Illuminar in some of these rounds. It's not like they've been playing one-dimensionally. Oh, you know, it's just rushing them down and Illuminar can't stop it. There's been rounds where Apeks, they're playing it passive. They're giving them space. They're letting Illuminar make the first move, and it's a mistake. And alongside that, I talked earlier on in this series about how Apeks, they get chewed alive because of their lackluster util usage. It's always so loose. They're always just dumping smokes and mollies as soon as a footstep is made. And this is different, where they're letting Illuminar go so far up before they actually decide to throw it. They're being more conservative with it. And ever since Inferno, it's just been so much better. Illuminar can never get a grab on this situation. Stuck in these choke points at the beginning of the map. And even now, just waiting for their team to group up before they even make a counteracting move. Jacob may just shut them down individually.
They find the bomb again. Flash coming through towards long. They do dodge it, but you need to get the bomb back, and they don't know if anyone is close to it. Well, they do fall back. They want to take control of a different part of the map. Apeks, I really like this from them. Repositioning, so they get a bomb down in long, but now they go towards connector, and they find 1. Morels, he manages to take down 1, takes down a couple of players. That's good info. Knock here, playing close by with the op. This is very risky from Knock, but can he take down the bomb again? Wow, he is very close here, and Knock changes to the 5-7, but he might find the perfect timing. Morels peeks deeper, and he goes down. Knock gets the op out. They can get onto the site, but they will be sandwiched in again.
And they have a post-plan avenue in bank. So right now, Sticko, he cannot make any loose steps considering how close they may be. Zan, this could be the round-deciding duel. If he wins it, then it should be done. But if he loses it, then it goes the opposite direction, where Apeks, there's almost no way they can lose this. Even pathing well up through bathrooms to refuse to give over an individual pick. They're coming through smoke. They're getting the info necessary, and Tawau is blindsided by JL's quick flank. Apeks, again, it's costly, but they don't care. They're 8 rounds in a row now with the half guaranteed to them.
I mean, yeah, completely different from how the first map was looking, and it is a big difference as well, where we just were on Illuminar's best map in terms of win rate, and Apex won it with ease. Now on Apex's best map in terms of win rate, they're playing absolutely insane. It is 8-1, as you pointed out, 8 rounds in a row. And apart from that pistol round, the Illuminati, they're not finding the right entries, they're not finding the right entryways into the site, as Apex are taking the aggression to them, and more often than not, they find exactly who they're looking for. The bomb has been down, and that gives away a lot of info quite a lot of times here for Apex. So this time they're gonna look a little bit more passive, and they read exactly right, because now this is the round where Illuminati, they're also a little bit more passive. They're also waiting for the aggression of Apex.
Doesn't seem to stop them, though. I mean, this time they ensure that they clear out this party area, which has been subsided by them so many times on these actual long takes or fountain pushes. They've just let somebody sit here, and this time they decided to change it up a little bit, but the same thing goes for Apex, who, again, as I said earlier, are just staying on their toes. They're not repeating the same things over and over again. Illuminar cannot seem to catch their breath, and look at all the util they used. Look at what the space is that they've gained from it. It's really not all that great. It's going to be linear when they go into the site. They've got enough smokes to get in, mollies and flashes to cover the basic stuff. Yeah, sure, but anything from there is not a given. And even then, it doesn't seem like they're going towards A, so even more element of opportunity for Apex right now, who have full control of short and say, you know what, you want B, you can have it. We're okay with playing retake. We've got the advantage there, and they're still trying to delay them even further. Sticko spotted a foot too. Maybe they go into water, but it'd be the perfect wrong move to make. Flashing the monster push. Dixon's arrived on the scene. He can try to shut them down, but only a spot. It's not done yet. Bomb drop. Den has to deliver, and the only thing he delivers is another L for Illuminar. JL refusing to give up his angle, continues to frag out like a mad lad. Only 10 seconds left. This round's done, but how much damage can you do on your way out? Well, just barely, not enough. 4 seconds to go. He's got to push him down. JL's onto the sidearm, and he gets all 4 to keep Apex in the winning seat.
What a play from JL to hold down the site, the quad kill there, to just get the 9th round in a row for Apex, and they didn't get the bomb down, so that means no extra money. They might be on 3,400, but this time it seems like they might be going for a half buy. Tactical pause from Apex, but what is there to discuss? Apex, their defense is just looking absolutely perfect. Now, the previous round, sure, you can argue that that was their the biggest chance for Illuminar to get something done, but even then, the individual play of JL saved them. They dodged the second round for Illuminar. I think that's why they call for a tactical pause, and they need to figure out how they need to stop that from happening, right? To not lose 4 players and rely on JL to get everything done. But at the same time, they're just 1 round away from getting to double digits in the first half, and there's still 4 more rounds left. So this is a lot of pace that Apex have, and also gonna be against the pistols. But then again, against the pistols on overpass, nothing went wrong for Illuminar. It went wrong against the weapons, but against the pistols, they completely shut down every push they're trying to get through.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I'd like to say Apex just switched this one thing around to make it simple, but it's not. There's so much different. It feels like every weakness that Apex once had in the series has just left the building, and Illuminar can't get any hold of one right now. There is no weak spot. I mean, even think about the pistol. It comes down to what, a one-on-one? When they had the opening pick, it got down to the very, very wire. I mean, it just goes to show how much Apex have leveled up in this series, and from what was once us thinking, oh yeah, Apex, so probably be them thrown out of the tournament, not long a lifespan. It seems the exact opposite now. Where Illuminar are the ones struggling, just trying so desperately to get a breath in this game. But to no avail, are sent back to pistols. And right now, I mean, surprisingly enough, this is a full 5-man B lean from Apex, and it's just dead wrong.
Well, Jacob does rotate back in, and he has the smoke ready for bathrooms. let's see when the push from Illuminar is going to start, because they took control of Monster. They know. They had a lot of players on B, but now they know the play will certainly be towards that A site. The smokes will come through. Nock will throw a smoke for himself as well. Kixon gets one. Jacob taken out. Kixon goes down. Flashes are good from B-Nox to blind up the whole site, but just now the flank is coming in. And Sticko, he takes down one. Tag down Zan as well. The bomb was planted, so that the time constraint will become a reality for Apeks, but JL is coming in from long. As long as Sticko continues to show himself in mid, they won't expect the flank from long, and JL, he manages to take down one, goes for the second one, and he nails it. Zan in a 1-on-3, taken out by Nock, who was very passive with that op, and rightfully so, as he doesn't lose it and also gets a frag through. And I just realized JL is 17-3, Andrew.
Yeah, everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Easiest way to put it. Like, anytime Illuminar need a pick, anytime you'd hope that they'd clear this one angle, or they open up this spot here, they take this spot here, Apeks are always the one coming out the victors, man. We gotta remember, this is 10 rounds in a row. Like, even if Illuminar get 3 more rounds this half, which on paper, 11-4 isn't the worst place to find yourself in, it's more so the way you got here, which is quite embarrassing if you ask me. And that's even if you get that far, right? I mean, obviously, it looks like Apeks 11 rounds would be an undershoot of what they're currently capable of. Well, maybe over-eagerness is going to get the better of him here, at least for one, where Kixon finally gives up an opening pick. Apeks, it's been a while since we've had to see them work from the back seat, and it's only going to get worse from there.
Losing 2 players early on here, and we'll see if they can capitalize on this one. Illuminar, JL missing his chance. Sticko will trade. That is the first pick they find here. Apeks about to lose the second round as Nock gets himself into a 1-on-4. Still has the op. Will be very happy to hang on to it. Maybe more important just throwing it away, as they do have a lot of money to work with. And Illuminar, they can't really afford an op. They'll be very happy to find one as B-Nox flanks through. And he manages to get frag onto Mast, or not the frag onto Mast, the round. And to help out Mast, that's what I was trying to say, and get the op onto him. Now, they're still in double digits. And he has the result of 10-5 will not be that bad. Even a 13-2, as we've seen, can be overturned as Liquid did against Vitality. I need to stop mentioning that it was some time ago already, but it was really impressive in its own way. Now into round number 13 we go, and Illuminar, they have some new confidence that they can use in this one.
It'd be absolutely apocalyptic for them if they had just lost this round right here. I mean, imagine you lose 10 in a row. Finally, you get back up on your feet just to be kicked back down. Man, oh man, do they not want to stare at that prospect right now. But considering all the space they've given to Apeks, it feels like it's looming on the horizon. You've got water control with, again, Sticko finding an opening pick. This guy has just been a king in this position on the map. Even double time while goes down. One of the convincing, rather both of the convincing players from Illuminar in this game have just not accomplished anything. It doesn't look like anybody else will either. Masked 1v4. Maybe he can pull something out of the hat with the op in his hands, but realistically speaking, he's stuck in no man's land. As finally he'll recover the bomb, he has to walk forward into the barrels of Apeks. Wherever he goes, there's going to be a gun trained on him. Most recently, though, it seems like it'll be JL as he takes a couple of tags into him and pops down a molly. Doesn't commit to a fight. And again, this is just night and day. You look at Apeks there, and you look at them back on Inferno, and they're committing to the fight all day, every day. They're giving him the opportunity to find that pick. That's the big difference between the maps and the series now, is just the change that Apeks have showed. And it's the difference between Mask having a chance in this round and Mask being forced to take the L. That's even if he's going to get to save the op. JL's come through around the world, and shot miss means his lifespan's going to come to an end, regardless if it's by JL's hands or somebody else's. He's just buying time for his team. Finally peeks out to lock at 11, and that is Doomsday Scenario. Traded right back out. Illuminar are sent packing.
Now they can afford one more buy, and they're still on 3,400 loss bonus because they win only one. But that's not the problem. Not the buy, not the money, not the economy. The problem is they're only on 2 rounds so far. Now I do understand that the T side of Overpass is not really the favored side, but again, only 2 rounds so far. The pistol round could decide everything into the second half if they don't get at least 1 or 2 more. Now Knock falls. Morales is the one taking him out. Jacob with the trade, and they were being spammed through the wall. Seiko has the right idea, but Mess will find JL. Now Seiko has to cover by himself, and he needs to stop being that aggressive because he can be spotted here, even from the boost. Seiko goes out, and Zen takes him out. That is B side open.
Do they take it just yet? You still got Jacob trained in from heaven, so it's not like it's free yet. Now you've got to deal with a couple of Molotovs on your way out. That's if, again, you go in here to begin with. Still waiting for the initial set of smokes to subside. But both CTs have decided to come through at the perfect time. Nade, Molly combo, I thought would actually do him some good. But no, it's the one time we don't see much actually get accomplished by it, so Illuminar, while they do end up going tit for tat in rounds, it should favor them in the long run, at least for a third, but not before Jacob has anything to say about it. He'll go ahead and go for it with the money you've got left. You really have nothing to lose. Not even like you can't buy over the AKs because you don't have any to save. Continuing to move into Graffiti too. He's still got 2 offs to deal with, and I think he understands how impossible the task ahead is. So moves into heaven just for Mask to put him down. And Apeks will be stuck on 11 for now.
Well, maybe that 11-4 scoreline is what they need to turn it around. Now, it wasn't on the second map, even though we were talking about how that scoreline can give you the false sense of security that you're way ahead and the enemy's too far away, so you can get some mistakes in. Well, not really. Well, it wasn't really the case in the previous map, because that's where Apeks got an 11-4, and they just closed it out with ease. Starting off round 15 well, though. Kixon with the wall bang takes down Morels. Jacob finds Slow. They will push through the monster tunnel, and Zan trades on 2, so that makes it a 3-on-3. Can he find the third? Kixon will shut him down. Looking for one more. Beanox, he is very close, but he misses his chance, and he's at 3 HP. York will miss, but the Tech 9 taken out. Manages to take down Kixon, but not Jacob. 12-3, and that is the final round of the first half. We're back. Sooner than expected, but they're ready. They just want to get things going as soon as possible. Apeks 9 rounds ahead. Pistol round. I could get them to match point, to be honest. With the anti-ecos and the ecos and everything.
It could, honestly. This was the exact same outlook we had coming into the second half of Anubis, so I'm not too shocked to say it. And you saw what it did there, so obviously you still have to win it, but even if you don't, it doesn't really feel like it's all that meaningful. Beanox just getting ready to jump spot water, and he spots the brunt of the attack, but what can you do to stop it? Well, you've got 4 players here on lower to do just that. I assume they're going to hear this boost if it gets assembled.
Well, looking to go through connector towards that A site. It would have been the wrong play because Morels is the only one holding, and he wasn't really jump spotting at the perfect time towards mid because they're already pretty close and he has to back away. Good angle to take inside the bank, and they don't really realize that he's shooting through from bank. JL will just now get with the bomb onto the truck. Oh, good shot to Beanox. Good start here, and they're gonna try to get even closer, up close and personal with the Glock. That's exactly what you want to be. 5-on-4. They do have a smoke and a defuse kit onto Tuao. Let's see the peak here, because Jacob, maybe he bit more than he can chew. He gets one, but Tuao gets two, and that makes it a 3-on-3. The bomb is planted on top of the truck, but now with the smoke, they could try and sneak a defuse in. I think they're going to tap the bomb. That's the defuse kit going down. They did tap the bomb. The kicks him going in with a knife. And, Mass has no idea.
Oh, man. I mean, you talk about ninja defuse, but you don't talk about the ninja behind it. Kixon decides to live up to the name, and that was just perfectly executed by Apeks. Recognizing it's a lower sight stack, going up to A, hitting it before they can even think about to get the rotations in. And usually in a situation like that, when you don't spot anything on your 1A player, when you do hear things going on at B, you don't necessarily pull him down, but you get him close. You get him into the A site. So it opens up this massive opportunity for Apeks to just go Wing up con, go into A, not really have anything in front of them, and just get the bomb plant down with it. Now, I thought maybe they would toss it away by going for too much on the post plant, but no, they just play it perfectly. And now as the buy comes back out from Illuminar, it's another very, very fast-paced round for Apeks. Sign of the Times means they could probably use the aggression to shut this round and game down with it. So many kills come through in the blink of an eye. And it doesn't seem like any of them are going to favor Illuminar, as it's all up to Tuao stuck in CT spawn. He's spotted in graffiti. And eventually, this Deagle should be laid to rest. A flawless round from Apeks for their 14th, as we seem to be only inches away from Apeks moving on to the semis.
And again, compared to the first map, the second and this one, they're just looking wonderful for Apeks. They just found, I don't know what happened in that break between the first and the second map, but they are just on fire. They're doing everything right, and Illuminar, they can't do anything to stop them. They will force up once again here, because it is looking hopeless. I mean, Apeks, they're 2 rounds away from closing out this best of 3 with a 2-1. The reverse sweep after losing their own map pick. They did better on the enemy's map pick and also on the decider. Now the decider does favor them in terms of win rate, but we do see that they're breezing past Illuminar, not really having any challenge.
Yeah, this is just, unfortunately, again, a sign of the times for Illuminar, who have done worse than they did on their own home turf. Worse than the map we praised them for being so good on. Well, honestly, if you came into the series without the maybe added aspect of Apeks doing poor at the most recent event, then you probably would have expected something like this. But after the first map, after their history, and after how they've looked in recent times, this is a shock, man, and this is the right direction for Apeks, the one that they need to be in, the one that they were hoping for when they brought Kixan into the lineup. And you could just see the effect it's had, where 17 kills to his name. He's clearly just another person who can show up to be a star individual. It's so big to have that in your IGL nowadays in the current meta, right? Just having an extra player in the mix who can drop 20 kills when you need him to, nobody else is. But when you add all that firepower on top of already an insanely stacked lineup in Tier 2, it's when you stop becoming a Tier 2 team. And that's exactly the road that Apeks are following.
Yeah, that's a very good point, as where the meta is that usually maybe the IGL is not that individually gifted, but he knows how to be an IGL, right? He knows when to give the call, what decision to take, and if that is paired up with a very good aimer, well, that just gets your team in an even better position. And exactly, you move on. There's your chance to move on to Tier 1 from Tier 2, but we'll see if Apeks can make it all the way there. Now, they're trying to make it all the way to the final, but they're 1 round away from making it at least to the semi-final. Now, Morels is going to try and stop them here with this quick double kill. 5-on-3 in favor, make that a 4-on-3 actually, in favor of Illuminar, as Morels falls to Kixon. And they do still have a lot of util to use, even though they lost 2 players now. The smoke for Bathrooms is in, and Beanox is inside the connector. The flank could come through also from Mast, but like with the Mag 7 is not exactly the weapon you want it to happen with. Well, at least there's some info to be given. And also they are focusing on the safe site, but they need to cover against the full AKs of Apeks just to stop them from getting 16, from ending this best of 3 and securing their place in the semifinals.
First, you got to deal with Beanox, and I thought for certain he would have shut down this round, but instead he's given them a window back into it. It's 3-on-3. And Master's still going for a long flank and connector with a Mag 7, but depending on how quickly JL vacates the premises, it may not actually have an impact. Shotguns, long range, they don't really go in the or they shouldn't be going in the same sentence, so even though JL is reasonably low, doesn't change the fact that it's not going to be doing all that much. Or maybe it will be with the recovered over AK. Now they get to make a case of this one. Zan still on truck and just jiggles around it with the FAMAS to at least grant one the way of Illuminar. Not speechless before the game ends, but it's no longer really a matter of how close, or I'm sorry, of can they make the comeback. It's how close can they make it.
And they did win that round, but Apeks, they have a lot of money saved up, so they can just buy without any issues. There's the op for knock as well. And I mean, I was talking about JL. He was 17-3 at some point. He has slowed down a little bit, but his teammates also picked it up. And Illuminar, they're just... They need 11 rounds in a row to force overtime. CT side of overpass, again, it is not impossible, but by the way Apeks have been playing so far, they've been getting the plays done exactly how they needed to, and well, that would just be a chance for them to finish right here. Maybe Morels once again with a quick double kill. Jacob is very close. He gets the first one onto Morels. Mass will trade, and that leaves him as a 4-on-2. Now, if they keep on going towards mid and Morels keeps on eliminating 2 players every round, now there's a chance for them to get 11 rounds in a row.
That's true, but still, man, I don't know if I'd consistently say you're winning all those duels against Apeks with how they've looked this game, and JL still being alive leads me to question how close this will really be. Behind him, Sticko, but maybe not the most impressive of performances this series. JL had lined up to and potentially an open opportunity to come back into an almost dead round, but now it should stay put in the dirt as Sticko is left in an unwinnable 1-on-3. They're going to at least give him a kill back into it, so here lies Masked and his overt aggression on the AK, but there's still 2 left to try and fend off the raid. It's Beanox and Zan, but they're both completely separate from one another, so Sticko, if you abuse the timing right and pick the right avenue, the right options, and the right go-ahead, then maybe, just maybe, the lane opens once again, but you really clear truck in this situation, well, you will with the Molotovs. The CT walks now into your welcoming arms. The crosshair is not put up well, though, and Beanox will stop chaos before it happens. Illuminar, these rounds, they come very, very few and far between. And even though they're close, looks like maybe they've got something left in the tank.
Well, let's see what the play will be here, as we do see a hero AK play, it seems like, from Apeks. JL with the single AK and the pistols for his teammates. Now we do see this time it is Masked close to mid, throwing the nade deep, and JL already got himself into playground, taking out Morales. He was the one that got all of the damage done early round to Apeks in the previous 2 rounds, but they do avert that damage done by him. Now, what is the way they want to go? Because they're still split up all across the map, waiting for the aggression of Illuminar, because as they lose a player, they are expected to try and get something done here. And they do get a lot of info inside connector and also into short. Prompts the rotation towards that A site. We'll see, because they can be flanked as well here, Apeks.
They're leaving it open for him, but not for the element of taking him down as soon as they try to attempt it. No, instead, just to stay grouped up over towards the A player right now. You do have knock behind enemy lines in Disco, and he may actually get an opportunity for a kill or get an opportunity of understanding that the flank has already been taken by Toao. So now there's a timer on this actual A take. Only 2 here, and the smoke is delayed for potentially enough time for these con players to activate in and up through the site. JL still holding for the push, and he'll lock in at least 1 kill. Maybe it incentivizes B a bit more, but the only thing currently being incentivized is the round in the favor of Illuminar with the pump dropping in their laps. Kills are more than required. You want at least 1 to try to keep this CT money evened out for an extent, but with 20 seconds left, I don't know how much you're realistically going to be able to accomplish. Jacob, the one you leave most of the task onto the shoulders of as he pushes closer into the site. It's left to Sticko. he doesn't even have a gun to use, so he decides to fall away. Wait, what the? What? He's got, I guess he's got an AK now, but I was going to say, he's not going to get any money from this. This is probably the worst play you could make.
Well, I mean, if they do buy here, he has a weapon. But is the decision to buy or to still go for an eco? Or, I mean...
Like, he's got to buy. He's got to buy, don't get me wrong. But there was just no need for that. Now you're kind of split up from your team. I actually believe with loss bonus, you would have gotten more than you saved. Because you're only saving an AK. It's 2,700. I believe you get 29. So, you technically lose money by going for that save. You don't do extra eco damage. You let Illuminar start to build up their money a little bit. And that might be something of contention as this game ticks further of, okay, well, if we get 4 kills every round and keep putting them down to 1v1s, eventually it's going to be just pretty much MP9s against us. There's going to be not a lot of utility and whatnot. So, fact of the matter is, there's slowly but surely becoming more and more loopholes back into this game.
The thing is, he saved the weapon, but he dropped it over to JL, and now he plays the Eagle. So I do feel he's been scammed by his teammate a little bit. In any case, still with the Eagle, I mean, even if they didn't buy, he still had 2K, so he would have gotten 2,900, and he would have still been in a good situation. Now that they do buy, it seems like he needs to pass on that AK, but now they're looking to play into that B site. They were mainly focusing on the A site, and I don't think they know that Illuminar, they start to get aggressive from time to time here. But the flashes come through, not that good. Beanox finds a double kill. If it's not Morels, now it is Beanox to find that those 2 opening frags. And again, they find themselves in a 3-on-5. Struggling a little bit here to end it all, Apeks. And giving the chance to Illuminar might backfire, to be honest. I mean, we'll see if that will be the case. Tico will retrieve an AK for himself as well. There's still a chance into this one, but they have 4 players rotated on this B site, and one of them is also masked with Yop. Should be kind of hard to get anything done here.
Well, again, still, it's more worth it getting some damage on the board right now if you're Apeks. Some of that, or maybe trying to, like, keep these guns for the intentions of buying again in the next round on Kixon and JL, because it's not that big of an expense to make, but obviously you'll still, with the little that you have, try to work something back, and they almost found an avenue onto Beanox, but there's still 3, actually 4 towards this lower site right now, so walking out would be a death wish, and I think they understand that. 19 seconds, they'll just go back into T-spawn again, save the AKs, save the little you have. I think they will just go with the with what I talked about a couple seconds ago, just buy up onto JL and Kixon and see if you can't make magic happen in the next instead of here. But you need to keep these guns.
Illuminar, they won't push their luck. We'll retreat there, and that will be the 7th round on the board for Illuminar. Slowly getting some rounds racked up, but let's see what the decision of Apeks is. It is a buy. This time it is Kixon playing with only a Deagle. But what is the right play for Apeks right now? Because Illuminar, it seems like they're responding well to whatever Apeks are trying to do so far. But that is the problem that Kixon has to figure out. He is on 20 frags, as we were talking about it. He's a good individual player, but this time he's gonna need his IGL skill to turn on and decide what is the best approach to this round. Try and end it all here, as they are, well, they're out of money. Limited util, couple of smokes, a molly, and a flash. That's basically all they have to use into this one. Mast gets aggressive and short by himself, and he's taken down by JL. Maybe they don't even need the plan of Kixon. Maybe Illuminar, they're just gonna throw themselves into the crosshairs.
Maybe the plan of Kixon was just to wait and see if they throw themselves into your crosshairs, because it looks like so far it's working out well. And timing's going to be everything for the next duel they take on Morels. If he turns around to bathrooms again to check it at the worst time, he may just go down for looking away. And that is exactly what happens. Jacob, another bow tie gifted up kill. And Illuminar may just have ticked their final notch with that one right there. Beanox, he still picked up the position of water, so it's not like that's gone unguarded. But B May, if Sand falls like that, still one more to worry about, but now he's even been uprooted. You know exactly where Beanox is, and you've got Toa, who's usually towards A. Feels like things couldn't go much worse as Jacob continues to make noise on the upper bomb site. If it's even for finding the kill or not, it's more so just for distraction, and now he's glued out the whole site. They don't care, though. They're going to run into B. They're going to just decide to brute force this game to the finish. That's exactly what they do. We talked about it. Realistically, it wasn't a game Illuminar were winning. They did a bit of respectful things in the end to try to make it just a little closer on paper.
In a 2-1, it did end in the favor of Apeks there. And again, I'm just wondering what happened on the first map. Because those second and third map, they were one-sided. 100% one-sided.
Maybe they just came into it thinking Illuminar weren't going to be that great of an opponent, and then maybe, I don't know, just played a bit more disrespectfully than they normally would have. The only reason I doubt that in specific, it's the only explanation I have, but the only reason I had to doubt it is because when I saw them against Eklot the other day in their 2-1 loss, they played the same way, and they lost. You know, it's not like they turned up in the rest of the series. They just kind of got swept aside. So I don't know what kicked in, whether the individuals just needed to warm up a little bit, because that is also something of note, that there was more individual success in aim duels, in trading, in finding openers for Apeks as the series went on. But other than that, it just kind of felt like a different team on maps 2 and 3.
And I mean, they did win in the end, and they're gonna play against GamerLegion tomorrow in the semifinals. And GamerLegion, they're on an 8-match win streak, so I feel like it's gonna get a little bit harder for Apeks. But in all fairness, they did get to the semifinals, and we'll see them tomorrow again. And now, as for today, there's another best of 3 for today. It will be the last best of 3 of the day. That will be iNation taking on forZe. And to be honest, that should be even more impressive, as forZe is ranked 30th, iNation is 63rd, but iNation, they are on fire lately, and they did win against Sprout with a 2-0, albeit Sprout being with a coach, but still, it was a very good showing from iNation. They did 3-0 the group. If I'm not mistaken, they also qualified for the RMR, so they are very happy about that one. Yes, they did. So that's going to be an interesting one. It will be after the break. Before we get to the break, again, I'm going to remind you, make sure you check out the South series where GODSENT are playing against Into the Breach, and they won the first map. Weren't we talking about this one just before this one started? Well, I guess this one was a little bit faster. So we're going to go into a break. When we come back, it's going to be iNation taking on forZe.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade drop skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expect.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
And we're back with our last best of 3 of the day. And while it may be the last, it doesn't mean it's any less interesting because it's a battle of an up-and-coming iNation against, I'd say, a pretty good Titan in the Tier 2 scene, forZe, who have just come off a pretty decent LAN performance, too, in what's definitely iNation's toughest task yet.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, iNation, they 3-0'd the group stage. They just breezed past it. And right now, they did win against Sprout, as we were talking before. forZe had a little bit of a derby there with a young ninjas to make it here. It was close maps that they won, managed to qualify for the quarterfinals, but both of them are looking to win this one and move on to play against, well, the behemoth that Spirit Academy seems to be. I'm really interested in that game, but we'll see who's going to play against them. It will be either iNation on forZe, and we do see iNation here with Choi, Vlad, and Dragon, Kino, and Depression, and I do think that we're already ready for the game. It was a fast start here, but again, iNation looking really strong. forZe looking to defend their title as a strong team, but can iNation take it away from them? Well, we'll see. Now we do start here on Nuke, but the other 2 maps are Anubis and Inferno, and Nuke was picked by forZe, which is basically a very good map for both of those teams, so this should be very interesting as Vladen takes the head off of Krad with those dual leads.
A good start to the pistol, but the finish matters all the more as he got the pick coming back in through from Volden. And I was going to talk this guy up in the pregame. He's been one of the star reasons iNation have come into the light as of recent. He and Dragon alike have been absolutely massive for iNation going forward, but and a lot more massive players going against you here too, including Zordy and Shalfie. I mean, you can't really just count Jerry. All of them, really. been in the Russian scene for quite some time with their chances and with their star roles before. Well, I can't imagine they're not suited for the task of a 2-on-4, but apparently not against iNation. It's actually steamroll of a pistol, and now we talk a little bit about how obviously we're starting on nuke, as you can see. This is actually a really good veto for iNation because they don't mind playing nuke. They've done it in the past. They've upset teams in the past. But then you go on to Anubis, and straight after that would be, if needed, Inferno. These are some of the best maps iNation have in their pool, and now forZe not only have to start punching up from the belt, considering they're going against the CT side to start, but it's going to be like that the whole way through with the veto.
And yeah, they're at the moment they're on a 4-map win streak on this one. forZe, they did lose against Eternal Fire. That was actually at LAN, but they won against Ecstatic. So they do have some late good results. Now, iNation, as they do win the pistol round, of course they will buy up. And forZe, they will go for the eco. They do have the deagles that they can play with, but they are looking for a buy as soon as possible. Of course, nuke favored side ACT, as everyone would expect and know by now, of course. But we've seen teams that do good on T set as well, and forZe, I do believe that they can be one of those teams. Well, the percentage doesn't help them that much, but I mean, hey, they're on a 4-match win streak. forZe, they are coming into this one very strong. iNation are the ones trying to prove themselves here.
Yeah, but already it looks like they're the ones defending the title with the performance of the previous round. And now they're only against Eagles. I say only, but in some of these players' hands, man, it's a scary, scary sight. But they've killed a lot of time off this clock without actually activating for all that much. It's been damage going both ways, but it's certainly not equivalent to what it's done. Brad's down to 19, and he's not one you want to see that low, at least this early on into the round. They have yet to even choose one of these two sites. There's still a world where they try to rush in through ramp, go down the vents. I mean, there's ton of ways you could try to take this round, and I think vent seems like the more enticing answer of the bunch. Kind of sat atop, but he's still got a player outside of it. It doesn't look like it's going to be too difficult for him to dispatch of them. Alongside it, he's got Valden closing down what could have been an A-side take, and iNation go for a flawless second.
Good cover, to be honest. I mean, Kaido, he did hear the player inside the hut as he peeked out, then went back in, then came out to help out his teammate, but he wasn't looking in the right direction because he was being shot from on top of the hut. Now, forZe, I want to take a second here. Antron, did you know that iNation came from Infected Nation Esports? Because I didn't.
Well, I'm sure it stood for something.
Well, I thought it was, you know, how people used to put that I when the iPhones came out in front of everything.
I actually do not.
Well, maybe that was just my friends. But anyway,
Got some weird friends.
yes, I do. Now, getting back into the game as forZe do buy up here. And they do have the AKs too. So far, Zorte is the only one that found a frag. But in this one, they have the superior weaponry. So it should go better for them as Choev is caught out of position, basically. Being a little bit too aggressive. The Molly behind the smoke could have given that vision that Vlad needed, but wasn't enough to get the frag. And they do get through towards Secret with 4 players.
Still a lot more to go through, man. I mean, you lose an M4, but I'm sure they can make up for it in the long run. But they're going to need some lower-sided rotation if they want to even think about doing that. Finally, they get the trade back. That's just going to activate them out into the B site right now. And the only one holding is a long-range MP9 that somehow finds a kill. Well, I guess anything I would have expected is just dead wrong, as there's still 2 players who turn this scout into an op. Maybe not so much tagged up, though. Or actually, no, everybody's now scout oppable, I guess you could say, with an extra movement addition to it as well. This is going to get tricky for them to try to hold on to. They've got a lot of space to use it, though, as the utilities being dumped back in by iNation. A couple of flashes to try to seal the deal and sprinkle into the mix, but doesn't seem like they're the leading cause in why they're bringing this round back. In fact, it's just the aim duel that's doing it. Resolve through the smoke, can't deliver, but nobody's on this bomb. Okay, I didn't realize they had kits. I certainly thought it was going to be a 10-second that they couldn't stick, but no, iNation. An insane retake closes out with 3 players alive, and forZe cannot get anything going.
Oh, I mean, iNation just very good cover, very good damage, chipped away damage, but still to help out the scout, to help out the issue. Now depression upgrades to an op, so it should be looking great for iNation. forZe going for a tactical timeout here, as I guess they're deciding whether to buy or to eco, but they can buy, but it would be with limited utility, so we could very well see a half buy from them using some deagles, some tech 9s, sure, some nice skins. Make sure you also get your nice skins at a Hellcase, our partner at the CCT, and use the code CCT for a 10% top-up bonus. Now, they do have a Galil, but they also have a deagle bought up. So I don't know if the communication wasn't actually on point, although Jerry should still be able to buy into the next one, as they are on max loss bonus. Chances are they could have all went for Galils, but then they had limited utility as well. So I guess that defeats the point where they want to have more money into the next one. They do have a whole bunch of utilities, and I guess a hero Galil is also a type of play. Well, we'll see if they can get through those weapons that iNation have. Of course, already 3 AKs on their side, and the smokes outside just get them through to secret. Now they need to take the bomb onto the B side and also plant it.
Well, he's going to be heard. All Dragon really has to do is stay alive so extra assistants can come down to help him out on lower. And the op is rotated in, so that was another worry that I had coming into this round of how are forZe going to deal with it. Well, they might not even get to suss it out this one, considering it's the rifles doing all the heavy lifting. Hard work already taken care of. Now it's just about making sure things don't go off without a hitch. And it's only 2 deagles to try and unhitch your trailer, so I can't imagine it's going to be all that great. And they're both stuck into control, too. It's not like they've got some massive amount of room to move around with. Obviously, iNation, they don't know that, but eventually that prospect will become very, very crystal clear, as they both have to make the initiative first. They have to make the first footstep, and seem too timid and shy to do it. But as soon as the pressure is out, Brad and Zordy both decide to put them to bed. Bomb still dropped on the ground in B main, so it's not like you can just grab it and go back up to A. Even blown off one of the doors of doubles, so no cover given to them by closing it, and Volden still snuck in around the single side. Zordy's keeping us even here. I mean, this is a one-on-one on a round you would have expected nothing to come out of. Zordy, he's got a legitimate chance to win it. A little bit of utility left, but Choi won't let it come that close. Or, well, I guess he'll do his best not to. iNation, they get their 4th on the board, but at what cost?
Well, good damage dealt by forZe. I mean, leaving only 1 player alive, also a tight situation, and then again, it was only a Galil and some pistols. So right now they might find that confidence that they need to take it from away from iNation, right? To get some rounds on the board, get some things going, because as they got those 4 kills, iNation, they might be struggling a little bit with money if they do lose the round. So forZe, this could be a good chance for them, but we'll see if they can use this chance to get things going, because the need takes Result even lower, down to 18. Zorty takes down Depression, but Choi will find Shalfie. Result is still low HP. They did lose their Opper here, iNation. But forZe, or now they're not going into B, as they saw that B is kind of hard to conquer, as iNation do really well to cover the site. Towards A could be a good idea, because Vladen is all alone. There's 2 players towards ramp from iNation, and they're going to try to be aggressive. Take control of inside, which is going to be very important.
I like the trade-off iNation have gone for here, though. Instead of just holding out to these outside angles, they say, you know what, you can have it. We're just going to make sure that Mini's clear for now, and we can take lobby around it. So Volden, he's going to get a legitimate opportunity to find a couple of kills from the center of the A bomb site right now, and he's still got some form of assistance, even holding his heaven now, so it's not like it's all for nothing. There's a pretty decent crossfire in place, but not really going to get a great opportunity to use this utility, and even throwing in a paint can smoke leads to a bad outlook for this iNation hold. Still a man at the front of the silos. Is he getting wrapped down from heaven? He actually does his job more than what you would ever anticipate.
Ooh.
Brad doesn't mean he's going to let this round go empty-handed. Kills only go one direction from there, and it's in the direction of forZe's success. It's all Choi in the 1v2 with a nade to go to the back of the bomb site. Molly could force him into the open as well, so definitely a world where he can put this down to one-on-one, but the question is, does he ever expect Jerry to be this quick on the flank? I doubt it. Feet are going to be spotted, or for the time being, they were. But eventually, Jerry will crack open the dome and crack them onto the board. It's finally off of the eggshell in the 5th.
Is that an angle that actually works?
Yes.
No, wow,
only for like a tiny margin of it, but yeah.
this is the first time I've seen that. Wow. I mean, still didn't help, still didn't win the round, but it is interesting to see. Now, forZe, as they get their first round on the board, as expected, iNation struggling with money. They were on no loss bonus, basically, because they won the first 4 rounds. So they need to eagle this one. They have an MP9, a 5.7, a Deagle, of course, but it's going to be very hard to cover. And as Kino goes down, first player to be eliminated, one of the 2 that had the armor, and the only one with the MP9. Vladan will retrieve the MP9, but it still won't necessarily get easier. Flash comes over, but Choiv is still holding strong. Vladan, if he can get in behind the 2 players in the side, well, that can get them in a better situation. Choiv gets Jerry, still trying to find the frags here for forZe against the pistols, but Zorta is going to help out with the op. And the MP9 is still in play, but he might be just a little bit too late right now because he's in a 1-on-4.
Hold
Maybe
on.
he can find a bomb.
I was gonna say, but he turns away at the worst time. If he just spun around for a second there, I mean, they wasted a lot of time. So he maybe could have dropped that bomb carrier, gotten his hands on that AK, held a weird angle, and they would have been forced to make mistakes. I don't think they actually had the time to group up and try to push him down. So there was actually a world there where iNation could have made something out of that. But remember, it was just an eco. It's like, yeah, you had the 1 MP9, but this is where the real money is going to be made and where we actually get to see if iNation can continue on that streak that they once added up to. Because you drop it here, you let forZe have the tie game this early on, and man, it feels like that 4-0 starts just all for nothing. And they're split up a little bit. It's not like there's no opportunity to find an opening pick if you're iNation, but considering how some of these aim duels have went, I don't know if that's what you want to rely on right now. And look at Selfie. When's the last time you've seen something like this? W keying out of Squeaky with no utility or nothing, but this time it won't work in his favor.
Actually giving away the opener for iNation. We'll see if that is going to be very important as Zorte finds suppression. And again, an op duel won by the Opera forZe. Dragon will find Result though. And they don't have control of the bomb, but they do have control of lobby. So we'll see if they can even find the bomb there. Kindo is actually, I think he's on top of lobby. He finds Brad Zorte with 1-on-2 Choiv, but the bomb might be in control of iNation. They do know that something of interest is up there since someone was coming back to get it, and the only thing that can be of interest is going to be that bomb. Dragon catches Zorte as he's not looking towards him, and now Jerry got himself into this position, thinking about how he could flank that A site. He's thinking how he can save this AK, because he's in a 1-on-3. The bomb is basically on the other side of the map. And with 30 seconds left, it will be iNation claiming their 5th round on Nuke.
And what matters not as much as the round actually being won, at least for the score, what matters more about it is that they do it, and that they show that they can contest against forZe on these rifle rounds, which was the more important part, because when the rifles came out from forZe, things started to go downhill. So the fact that iNation were able to shut this one down, absolutely smother it, and stop the fire before it starts to burn down an entire forest, they show what they've actually got to be capable of. And remember, this is forZe's map pick, so we do expect to see some of the best play out of them here. And iNation are going toe-to-toe with it. They're winning some of the aim duels. They've got some of the right ideas. They're taking the right initiative. And now they've even got the double op to try to throw into the mix to make things even worse off for forZe and the Russians. So, I mean, I'm all for it, man. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far from both of these teams, no less. forZe, some of the shots they've been hitting are nothing short of miraculous, and they just do it consistently.
No, they do need some backup with the op of Zorte, because he's been winning the duel against Depression on and on. And Dragon has actually the second op. So let's see if this time they can defeat Zorte. They do get the smokes outside, so they make their way actually towards garage. That's where Choiv is waiting, and they have no idea. Choiv not the cleanest spray, and he will be traded quickly by Krad. There is a 4-on-4 with Vladen missing the chance of getting the frag onto Krad. A double kill from the forZe player, and now they're at a disadvantage, knowing where a player is, and also that's the bomb, more importantly.
Yes, they've got to get him out of here right now. Eventually, he will drop. That's the biggest problem that forZe now have to deal with. You've got to walk into CT spawn, essentially, just to recover the bomb. And look at what's happening on the counterpart of that. taking initiative up through Secret's Dragon, because even if these outside players don't find the kills, you know they're going to be distracted away from the angle. And this is exactly where Dragon looks to strike. Hearing the scope, take the knife? Nah, he just takes the kill. So the double up does come into the effect in iNation's favor, and they move up 6-2. No bomb plant means now you've got to consider going for like a half buy.
Well, I guess that's the best play that he can go for. I mean, Krad, sure, he can go for an AK as he had more money. Then again, they're on full loss bonus, so he's not going to be as punished as you would expect from using an AK. But still, iNation, they're doing a good job of defending. Can they get through this defense, though, with the pistols? Oh, Depression finds Krad. I think that was actually a collab, because Jerry falls down to 26. No, he was actually the nade following him into the vent. But they do make it through Secret, not unscathed, but they can go down towards the B site. Not into the B site just yet, because there's going to be some form of resistance from iNation. Let's see what that form of resistance will look like, as the Molly will deny the bomb plant, at least behind the silo. They can plant the bomb in the smoke, but they're going to be spammed through, and Choiv will find the frag onto Zorte. That is the bomb plant denied. In the end, I think... Ooh, Shalfie. There was a jump in the gap between the smoke and the site, and he saw the enemy player. Gets the headshot wonderfully, though. And both of the offs are in ramp, which is a tight spot to be in.
Yeah, and they're just going to try to push him down. Tech9 followed up by Shalfie's AK, the only one with a kill so far, and he comes in at the worst possible time for them. 2 kills follow suit, and you know they're both towards ramp, but now they've both got ops. They've got the big greens to try to shut this one out, and there's no smokes to allow them entryway back into the site. Molly's going to go to the right, but you've still got to worry about the left. Flash is placed well and forces them back, and I actually do believe it's planted for the opposite end of them, so it's not like they're not going to be able to guard, and it looks like the Tech9s may be able to do it. Kindo, can he get the kill in time? He cannot. The op will be recovered, but the round won't, and forZe steal it away from iNation on the retake attempt.
Well, they get it done. The push was just well coordinated by forZe, and they just surprised the 2 players in ramp. I mean, I've seen them get the first frag, but that was about all they did before they got control of that part of the map, and that just was wonderful to witness from forZe, as they knew, because they had the disadvantage. They had the pistols, they didn't have the best positioning, and they had to get something done, and that's exactly what they do. iNation will go for a tactical pause here, as they need to take a second, take a breather, and also decide what is the best way to approach this round. Because money is an issue. They can get a couple of weapons going. Dragon could go for a FAMAS or maybe an MP9. Vladen should play a... Well, also, it could still be an MP9 for him as well. So it's not that bad, all things considered. But money is an issue. forZe, this is a very important round for them. At the same time, it is a very important round for iNation as well, because forZe, they're also out of money. So this round can either decide if forZe get to 5, get to almost tie up iNation, or if iNation manage to, quote-unquote, win the first half, all things considered, if they, of course, manage to win the anti-eco as well after they win this one. But this is still a very important one, and it's only round 10.
Well, iNation, they're ready to put it all on the table right now. Want to make sure at least you show that you're not going to respect them for free, but it's a very costly expense if you lose it. The risk reward is absolutely great, though. They do still have an op on the table, so it's not the worst thing. And Depression's in the right spot to potentially find some impact with it. They've already attempted the outside crunch, and I say attempted even though they've successfully gotten this space. The difference is they've just taken control of lobby. And again, it's an even trade that iNation are okay with taking. You remember the last time they were in this situation? It was a 4-on-2. It was timing that really won forZe that round. And I can't imagine it happens again. Yeah, this time, Choiv, way more heads up to the idea and possibility of Krad being in the heaven angle. So they keep this 4-on-5 maintained with 30 seconds to go. And now they're going to attempt to crack into the lower bomb site again. But they do still have full control of the ramp room. So it's not like he'll be unassisted so long as he can buy them just a smidge of time. they should be able to lock this one down. Shalfie on the very long flank. He won't have that much of an impact in decision-making on this actual site hold, but doesn't seem like he'll need to. His teammates do all the hard work for him, but with 13 seconds, they've still yet to get the bomb down. Jerry, he's the only one here, and they've vacated the premises. They've gone up to the upper bomb site instead and absolutely bamboozled them at the final second. forZe takes them all this time to get into the driver's seat of this round. It takes them so long to find an advantage, but finally, at the very last hurdle, they take it and they steal it all the way across the finish line. So 4 is guaranteed at this point. Now iNation have to be somewhat upset about how it's gone.
I mean, this will force iNation into maybe even a force buy. This is a very good round for forZe to find. Again, I was talking about how it is very important in terms of economical power that they can get and the enemy doesn't have. Okay, they're at least 1900, so they will go for an eco. They did save that M4, but that's not really going to help all that much because forZe, they will have a good buy. They will try and get more rounds on the board here. forZe, I do feel like, because we were talking about how iNation had a good start, sure, but this is the map pick of forZe, and they did have some good wins. They did win against some impressive teams, won against the likes of GamerLegion, Falcons, Tricked, so they're not strangers to this map, and of course they can do good on the T side as well. iNation now with the USPs and a single M4, that is the main point of interest for forZe. If they can find Joy fast enough, well, that's basically round done because they're going to be against USPs. Not to take away anything from the USPs, but as we can see, Shalfie, he can just easily dispose of them. And Dragon, he's on the A side as well, but his teammates, well, the teammates of Shalfie will be the ones to peek in. He gets one onto Zorte, though.
More than just that.
Some damage.
Look at the damage he does there.
Yeah.
He gets 1 and almost 3 behind it, man. That is absurd. He has no business doing that much damage on a USP. You got to be at least happy with that individually, I mean. So maybe that'll kick you back into high gear, iNation. They cannot be happy with how these past few rounds have gone, but they can maybe get their spirits back up in the match. Then, I mean, there's no reason to think they can't put the fight to fours that they once did.
Well, now iNation, they do get the buy, and they are starting to be aggressive outside. Choi finding the opener. Result finds Dragon inside ramp. They can just run towards the B site. Now, someone did rotate in. That is Kindo. But that's not the only way that they can go. They could go towards Hell, go up into Heaven, and try and take control of the A site. There's a multitude of options that opened up here with the death of Dragon. Kindo looking towards the vent, but no one is coming through just yet. They're walking down ramp, and the site itself is clear, completely clear, and the smokes will just confirm the position of forZe as they're trying to push into the site here. I cannot see anything behind the glass, but he's going to try and look for a one-way corner as the bomb is being planted. 4-on-4 retake starts for iNation.
We've seen him pull them off before, but this one seems a little more difficult than the others. With an op hard posted over on control, Kindo, he's probably not going to be having that much impact unless somebody distracts for him. It already seems like there's not a lot of time to do it, but somehow actually manifests the kill raw instead. Shalfie still in dark, not yet detected, but eventually there's only so many spots he can possibly be. And iNation encapsulate his position with ease and make it a 7th on the board. As soon as the rifles come back out, it seems like they're ready to contend once more.
7-5, as forZe did get themselves some economical power, so they can buy up into this one. Getting towards the end of the first half, and the thing is, this is not a bad half for a T side of Nuke, right?
No, absolutely
If they get even more going, if they get even closer to iNation, well, that can just be even better. But now, that is a big if, right? Because if iNation get into the rhythm of things and they can stop forZe only on 5, Well, that's not bad at all. Now Shalfie takes down Vladen, and that opens up a way for forZe into this one as they're in a 5-on-4 towards ramp. Dragon is being pretty aggressive, trying to surprise here, but he doesn't surprise Resalt. And that is already a 5-on-3 with one player looking in towards ramp, but the molly will force him back.
I mean, this one's already looking like it's down the drain. Jerry even gets his timing onto a man pushed outside. Kind of. How have you gotten away alive? And they still don't know about Choiv. In Garage, though, eventually he will be sniffed out. There's no questions about it. And considering they can't find any picks back into this round, nothing's given to them, you might as well just contemplate the save, right? You've got 4 flashes. It's 3-on-5. 2 of you are low. No reason to go throwing your guns away. They don't have that money to play with. Yeah, they won the last round with 3 alive, but it doesn't mean they can just go willy-nilly tossing players in. No, forZe have rightfully earned their 6th, and while you say it's a pretty decent round for this T side, iNation 9-6 is honestly pretty decent if they can close it out at that.
Oh, I was saying how if they stop at 5, but they can get even more, right? Because right now iNation, their economy, I think it should be able to get them another buy. But they do lose another round. forZe, they again, the difference in rounds, only 1 between those 2 teams, and I'll actually take that back. They can't actually buy, well, they can't get a good buy-in, and they will probably eco for the final round of the first half, which means forZe can get 7 in the first half of Nuke here. On the T side, doing a very good job here. iNation, I don't think they're going to be too happy, and I think it's going to be pretty hard for them to come back on that T side, or at least get things done. I mean, 42.5% win rate on the T side for iNation is not that strong. All things considered, it is Nuke, so you can see some surprises, but forZe, I can only feel like their CT side is going to look a little bit stronger than the T side, and their T side is already looking strong.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, there's a lot of teams that usually bank, at least in the Tier 2 region, they usually bank either on them being aim stars or being really good as a team. But it's rare that you see a mix like forZe who kind of just have both. You've got everybody here who can aim absolutely incredibly, then you've got a great team put up behind it with really good cohesion. But sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes you do run into a better unit, and currently iNation are in the lead, but it may not be for long as Jerry uses that aim to sprint into A and take 2 openers with them. Ops the only thing left standing, and again, Depression's just going to go ahead and try to save this, but this time it may be different. With 4 alive in the 4v1, you know he's towards CT spawn. You might just see forZe go swinging from the fences to get this gun out of his hands.
I mean, why not, right? At this point, you're in a 4-on-1. I mean, he was spotted. I guess that was the main thing that why everyone wasn't going for the frag, because they didn't know where he was yet. But he will go down without taking anyone down. And now, well, I was thinking that the problem is they cannot buy another drop, but Vladen can drop one. The biggest problem is still forZe getting 7 rounds on this T side of Nuke. It's just looking bad for iNation. Again, this is not their map pick. It is forZe's map pick. iNation, they're going to be a lot more comfortable on Anubis. But, of course, you're going to try and at least fight the enemy team on their own map pick, and they're doing that. But so far, it's not looking all that great.
Yeah, it's not. It was a really strong start, but it just seems like forZe have caught up to it. And obviously, you want to end this half off on a high note. You've got people hitting shots like that. It's just impossible. 3-on-5 ripped away in a matter of seconds, and now it's a hole that they have to dig their way out of once more. It's happened so many times this half to iNation. Now they've gotten down secret, too. Sitting in the open, Joy, he's only good for 1, and it's not even one of the high HP players, so this one seems in the books as an 8-7 half for forZe, unless Volden and Depression want to clean this one out of absolutely nowhere, and it's a good way to start. But you need to give Depression some time to come out to the site with the AWP to come and help you in the right time, but isolated by a Molotov, there's only so much he can possibly do. Jerry, Zordy, both stuck at the back of the site, but they've completely neglected him for the time being, though somehow he doesn't find the kill, and it's Depression in a 1v3 that he won't even come within striking distance of. Shalfie puts it to rest, and forZe go into the second half with a 1-round lead.
8-7, 8 rounds on the T side for forZe. That is impressive, to say the least. But we'll see if iNation can pull it back. I mean, they're at a disadvantage already, and they're on the disadvantage side. But maybe their strategies are good against the defense of forZe. That is the main point that I'm trying to look for in iNation. I'm really curious to see what their strategy will be on this map. Again, this is only the first map. There's at least one more coming through. But you do want to get some plays here, some confidence at least. And Shalfie, he knows how to shatter your confidence. Just gets an instant headshot on the first player that he sees.
You know, I just talked about the aim factor in this forZe team, and this is another little extra coup d'etat that you get with these pistols, right? When you have this good aim on your side and everybody can hold their own, it's so hard to win pistols against this team. Because even with the proper pistol strat, it's like you're not going to out-aim them. These guys are some of the best you've got in the entire region when it comes to the aim factors. So it just goes to show how strong they can be. And this pistol round shows exactly that. It keeps proving the point. forZe now up by 2 as they get to try to make a move at the CT side of Nuke. And you can imagine if the momentum gets that good, if they keep building atop of this, iNation just may never be able to pick themselves back up on this map.
Well, in the attack forZe here, in a manner that they cannot expect, because that is I think the main point that they're trying to do with this force buy, right? With the pistols, the Galilov Kino, try and surprise forZe somehow. Even though forZe, they have a lot of experience on this map, so they know they have been playing a lot of different teams and a lot of different play styles, right? So they know what to expect from most of those teams. And we'll see if they will expect the play of iNation right now, because they do have 2 players inside the smoke outside. That is a wonderful headshot, but that's what they get. And also the frag onto Result, because Zorte's here to just shut down the play Dragon on a 4 HP, spotted by the USP. He gets a headshot there through the gap. That's not going to be enough, though. And, oh, Zorte, you have to be really careful when jumping out of heaven like that.
Dude, what is this, man? Some of the shots being hit on this map are some of the best I've ever seen. Like, how are you just going to run out Squeaky and double dink the top hut guy? And then with 1 HP, just dink him through this sliver gap in the middle of Silo. Man, this is just incredible. forZe, they win it regardless, but hot damn does it look good in the process.
I mean, strongest suit for forZe, or one of the strongest suits, as you said, it's their aim, and their aim is clean. But look at the aim of Vladen and Choiv already taking down Jerry and Shalfie. This is not the force buy round. This is the eco round. They only bought up 3 Deagles and a P250, and they are already in a 5-on-2. If Dragon takes down Crab here, ooh, okay, this is gonna be problematic for forZe, as they are in a 2-on-5. And they lost a lot of weapons. Result goes down to Dragon, and Zorte has to do him by himself.
And in the blink of an eye, the shots keep getting connected. But finally, it's going against forZe. I feel like we've seen them actually, like, lead the charge with the aim duels all game. So it's only poetic that some of them start to go against them. And I wonder if they even bother going to hunt Zorte, right? Like, there's money on the CT side, and it'll be a bit shaky to invest, but if you can get somebody to drop a gun to Jerry, you're probably going to buy this next round, right? And that means forZe are going to throw it all right back on the line to potentially stop you from getting control of this game, to stop you from tying it up. It's a big risk, and there's a big ultimatum here. forZe, you win this next round, and maybe the round besides it might be required, but you win this next round, you might just go on to win the game. But if you lose this next round, you let the door open right back up for iNation to potentially put their foot in and make a problem out of this one. Now, still, I think regardless of how this game ends, I am impressed with what iNation have put up on this map. Even though it's only 8 rounds so far, this is like forZe's crown jewel of a map. So the fact that you're going this respectably close with them when they're playing at their peak individually, some of them, is all the more impressive that you got this far.
Yeah, it's not looking shabby for from iNation, and of course they're looking to come back into this game. But we'll see if forZe are gonna give them that opportunity. The nades coming through the window, not gonna deal a lot of damage. At least Resalt did take something, or they did take something away from Resalt, but that nade is good. Now Vladen is down to 53, and well, they are waiting around here in lobby. At the same time, forZe, they do see outside. You have no problem in checking out outside, seeing there's no one there. Actually, Jerry getting close by with that MP9. He's actually in the smoke, and Choiv could be surprised here. It all comes down to timing. As Choiv passes by with the molly, he's going to be hurt. Jerry doesn't expect it. Choiv threw a molly from next to him. He didn't even realize the flash is perfect. Crab gets down 2, gets a USP out, not in time. Dragon will take him down, but Kaido's on 5 HP.
Yeah, this is definitely in the favor of forZe right now. They know how many players are still over in lobby, and look at what Result is. He's almost guaranteed a kill, but they jiggle it out and actually bait him to shoot first. Now they walk into a 1-on-3 in a round that looks desolate. Shelfie, does he bother this time around? Again, you might just save. You kind of have to. Jesus, man, that was so good for iNation, recognizing they could be pushed up here. Hey, they've just pushed outside through ramp, and they've just tried to take a fight in lobby. They're probably trying to crunch us in. They recognize that. And on 5 HP, Kaido is the one that jiggles, because even if he dies there, you want your teammate finding a good trade. And even though he spots him out, he doesn't even get tagged. He walks away unscathed. Damn, this is just so good for iNation. I'm loving this T side. And they're going to get away with a 9th because of it. Sent to pistols with only one exception in Shelfie's M4. forZe, they may have just allowed double digits to creep in.
I mean, just by the fact that they don't lose the third player as well, even though it was a perfect play from Crad, right? The flash came through. He pushed in. He started shooting towards Kaido at first, but he didn't finish the frag, and well, that backfired. Even though he got a double kill, it wasn't the winning play, and it could very well be double digits here for iNation. I mean, as you were saying, there's only the M4 onto Shelfie. They do have a P250, sure, that can help it out, but not by a lot. Couple of smokes as well. And this should be an easy one for iNation, as long as they don't walk into the crosshair of Shelfie fully blinded. And Vladen finds Shelfie, actually. So that's the M4 gone. They can retrieve it, but Jerry doesn't have armor. That was the big point that Shelfie had going for himself. With the armor, at least he could survive some of those bullets to the chest. Crad still trying to find it with a P250. Now they know there's only going to be pistols against them. The M4 is somewhere, but it's probably towards the A site, and they're not wrong in their assumption, as Jerry was boosted up by a teammate. And now iNation, I like how calculated they are. They're not rushing into things. They're expecting pistols to be hiding around those corners, and they're slowly checking out all of those angles. Because at some point, they're going to find the pistols, but against the pistols, it's not going to be too hard. Dragon finds 2, as the M4 gone. Crad actually goes down to Dragon as well, 2 HP, but that's more than enough, and Result will be found by Kaido. Clean, flawless round from iNation to make it equal against forZe.
That's what they needed, right? iNation needed a convincing round to build their money back up so they can start getting a little more scrappy in some of these rounds, which they can now afford to do as we're all tied going to the 21st. And forZe don't really have that much to put back into the mix of things. They've got 4 M4s in the FAMAS. Sure, everybody's got a rifle. Look at the utility supporting it. Look at the kits. The only one with it is Crad. Everybody else missing a Molotov besides Jerry. That's going to go and absolutely dismantle any hopes you would have had at stopping a hut rush. That only Molotov's just been wasted on a squeaky door push. So you're all out of damage-inducing utility besides a couple HEs. That's something iNation can use against them right now as the first peek comes through around Unbreakable. Shelfie almost goes down with Zorti behind him. He's got the power of 1,000 suns, and that nade connects for a double kill. So iNation, as soon as they had an inch, it's taken back a mile.
I mean, that double pick is just perfect, right? From all the way down under, all the way to heaven. It is just perfect. You can't really do anything about it because you're going to peek into 2 players that are different elevations, and it's going to be very hard for you to react. They did lose the first two here, iNation. 3-on-5, trying to get the play done. Two players inside secret, Vladin next to main. And what is the right approach here? Do you go through main and try and make it through vent? Or do you help out your teammates and try and run through towards secret? Because Shalfie's still in heaven. Or even better, take down Shalfie. I don't think he spotted the player going into garage. But they could go towards this A site, and they could also go towards heaven. Zorti is being careful, and he wins the duel against Dragon. That was the biggest issue, the biggest thorn in the side of forZe. He could have flanked him. Now there's no more flank, and they're coming in through main. He saw takes down Vladin, and Depression is all alone, taken out by Zorti. forZe, they do finish it off in their favor. They do get the lead once again, but iNation is still putting a lot of pressure onto forZe. Even though it was a 3-on-5, forZe were not really rushing to peak and rushing to the fights.
That was to a T on the textbook plays there from forZe, where it just gets absolutely suffocated outside with the first couple of kills going against them. Then it's just basic by the books holds, wait for them to come through, play the crossfires, don't commit, peek with your teammate. And iNation, you can tell in some of these rounds where they lose the opening duel, where they're in that 5-on-4, where they're put in a disadvantage, there's just never a chance for them to come back in. And it's such an underrated thing that people don't talk about, because you think of 5-on-4s in the tier 1 scene. So many teams have like an 85% win rate in those rounds. Then you look down to the tier 2 round, and it feels like it's still just a toss-up between whether people are going to win or lose a 5-on-4, one of those situations. Just shows you how much time and effort forwards have put into these minute aspects of the game that significantly increases some of the times they're winning these rounds. On anti-ecos, against pistols, when they're in 5-on-4s like that, they're never throwing them away.
That is a very important point. I mean, we've seen, what, a 2-1-5 in the previous match? Well, I think it was multiple situations when they lost the entry frag and still won the round. But we also seen a lot more disadvantageous positions still being won by only the individual picks that didn't really come through at the right time. So just by making sure that you're not throwing away a 5-on-4 is impressive in itself. But into round number 22, so far we're in a 5-on-5, but Jerry is pretty low. Krad finds Depression. The Molly in secret fades away, and that gives the chance to forZe to eliminate the enemy Opper. Good timing to be found there, but now they're trying to go through ramp, and at the same time, Zorti's the one, I think he's the one holding them. Oh, actually, it's actually Krad from ramp. Zorti might be holding a push through hell. But Krad, 3 players in front of him, and he's going to fall to Vlad and make it a 4-on-4. They're actually going to go towards Hell and Zorti. He's going to get passive. I like this from forZe. I do like it.
Yeah, iNation, man, they're going around the world to try and collapse on some of these individuals. They keep fighting the opening pick here, or at least a slight advantage, but now it's about actually closing it out. 19 seconds. There's not really a lot of time left to go around, so make a single mistake here and it might come back to bite you. Molly lands in the perfect spot, and the bomb needs to go down now. Nade placed so perfectly, and while it won't find a kill, it's absolutely important damage where you know somebody is still alive over on the single vent. Zorti is still kicking on there. And you've got the unknown in result of where the hell is he coming from? Full HP too, so if you can't deal with him, then you're really going to have a problem on your hands. There goes Zorti, though, and now you can potentially expect him to come through HUD. I think the barrel was spotted, so yeah, kind of just holds the angle. And it's close, but it's no cigar for forZe. We're tied back up again, and that one may be backbreaking.
Well, we did see them try and get a little bit more defensive after they lost a player, but forZe still didn't pull through. And they do choose to go for a tactical pause. The economy is not that good. They should have by here, and that this could be the chance for iNation to get in the lead. And so far, don't get me wrong, I feel like both of those teams have been playing really well. But iNation, I think this is more of a highlight for them, as they were not doing that great on the CT side, where you would expect them to do good, right? But forZe aren't either, and that's because iNation, they're playing a very good nuke on the map peak of forZe. So this is the map peak where forZe should be feeling comfortable, should be feeling at home, but iNation, they're not making this comfortable at all for forZe. Basically just keeping them at bay, and also with this round, if they win this one, getting ahead of forZe here as we get towards the end of the game.
Well, comfortability is key, and that's exactly why iNation are taking a very late lead, as they do not feel pressured whatsoever. There's only pistols against them here too, so I don't think that's going to change all that much. Long range on the Deagle, but Shalfie seems comfortable in his pistol. Enough to lock him down to a 4-on-4, but that quickly sweeps away from them as nobody else can seem to find the same suit that Shalfie got himself in Garage. And again, it's him and Result. We've seen Result play with a couple of the players, at least in these 2-on-2s well with forZe. Oh, and they get along pretty damn nicely. It seems like this guy's got chemistry with just about everybody you pair him up with. But is it enough to win the round? They've both got AKs, and you're buying the next, so maybe, just maybe, you consider going for some extra damage here, but no, with no kits, no armor, and barely any utility, I think they're just going to go ahead and hang on to the rifles. So iNation, they'll take a lead, but it may not extend if forZe can get back into their own certain ways.
Result is basically the newest addition to the roster of forZe. He's been in forZe for 19 days. As well, interestingly enough, those two, so Krad and Result. Krad has been in for 2 months. Result, I guess, they went through some trial periods here for forZe, because they did lose Kenzie and Norway, right? They went to Aurora, went on to be an absolutely insane team. I keep on mentioning them, but they're still a very, very good team. But now with Krad and Result, they're going to try and find the same success as they were finding before, right? Because they were hanging around the top 20 spot, top 20, top 19. Then they went on a downhill, and then they lost those 2 players, so they have to basically rebuild at this point. And we'll see if those 2 additions, well, lately it's been looking great, but they are fighting against iNation right now, and iNation, they could force them into another eco. That's the biggest problem for forZe. They are on the CT side, the favor side once again, but iNation could even get to 14 if they win this one, and then don't allow forZe to save any weapons. So this should be a very important round to find for both of those teams. And Zorti with Yop in secret, that is very interesting, as he can find Kindo, but that ship has sailed. Kindo spotted him.
And look at what forZe have accomplished right now. At least, actually, I may have mislooked. I thought somebody was over in the red bin, and I thought that would be absolutely massive, but so far, just pretty basic stuff on the CT side, and I'd actually argue that they're in a disadvantage right now, because you look at what they've got left on their belts. It's 1 smoke and 2 flashes. Like, as soon as this wave fades, there's nothing really prohibiting iNation from trying to crack into these sites. It's really just raw aim duels, and as much as I've made it out to be that forZe are the dominant factor in that department, it's like, you can't extinguish the mollies atop heaven in the second vent over back sight. You really just got to win your duels and hope that it's as simple as that, dude.
Wow.
I say it maybe hope it's as simple as that, but it's not simple when you give away the info to Choi. There's still 2 over in ramp, but it's a crossfire that will be very, very efficiently broken apart. Brad's still here on the lower side, I believe, spotted, but getting encapsulated right now as Choi goes for 2, and it looks like forZe will have to stare down the barrel of going down 14-11 unless Result wants to win him around single-handedly with the 1 AK.
What a find there. I mean, I was thinking how Krad was in a very good position, but I forgot, like he forgot about the player that went into the B side and got the frag onto the upper. What a round from iNation. Wonderfully played, and forZe, they are going to be struggling. I'm not exactly sure the loss bonus that they're on, but I don't think it's 3,400. I think it's lower, which means they technically shouldn't be able to buy into the next one. And that gives away the chance to iNation for 14. Although I'm going to have to wait until I call that to see what their money is going to look like, because they do have a couple of players with more money. They might actually buy into this one, because Result can drop 1, and there can be a couple of players, Zorti and Shalfie, buying for themselves. So yeah, it seems like it was decided pretty early. Maybe not. I do see an M4 and a Deagle. No, it's going to be a half buy. So there's a chance for iNation actually to make it a 14. Or a better chance, not only one chance.
And it would be so unfortunate for their sake if they had dropped it right now. Because this honestly may be the best chance they're going to have at putting this to a closed-cut game. Whereas if you drop this right now, you're not necessarily in the broke boat, but I mean, man, do you give a lot of momentum over to forZe in a round like this. Integral that they shut it down, not even necessarily cleanly, but shut it down regardless as the nade pops open the single door. They give that angle over to Depression in the EWP. So I don't really imagine forZe will be too keen on giving them a fight there. Can't say the same for Result, though, as he continues to jiggle around over in Hut. First comes through, and Dragon goes out. It's a 4-on-5, and Result doesn't leave. He doesn't vacate. Sticking around and holding his position, perfectly executed by him. And most players, they'd find that kill, they'd back away to the site, and they'd give the position back to iNation. Absolutely not for forZe. They're going to continue to make them earn every inch they want to take. Jerry still atop of the Hut to the CZ. As he gets pushed down, that's not the player that was once there. Result is still over in Hut, and he's stuck in. No teammates to assist him. Shalfie isolated by a mini smoke, and considering he's the only one with an M4 left, it seems like the only chance forZe had a conversion here quickly subsides.
I don't know why Choiv went back. I'm very confused about that. He had the CZ. He didn't spot the first player going through, but he could have tried and get a peek in before going back. Because he was taken out. Now Zorde has been spotted. Interesting angle to take there by Vladin. But in the end, they're just slowly backing away. Tails between their legs. forZe looking to save all the armor. Zorde at least is trying to get some damage done. But Shalfie's all the way in CT spawn, saving his M4. But as the bomb explodes, iNation will get to 14 on forZe's map pick. Now, forZe can buy into this one. But this is a very important buy. They cannot allow iNation to get to map point. As, by the way, it has been played so far, iNation, they are looking very strong. forZe, they seem to be struggling here towards the end of the map. Not a lot of rounds left, but iNation, well, they are looking to take this one home.
You know what's insane to me? If iNation win this, we're guaranteed to have a massive underdog in Grand Finals between Spirit, who got to the semis by taking down Big and Falcons, both EPL teams, both RMR teams, both by definition tier 1 teams, or iNation, who to get to this point have still had to pull off upsets, albeit maybe less of the same jurisdiction. One over Sprout, and then the next would be over forZe. That'd just be insane to me. And they're potentially one round away from being up a map in trying to live that storyline. Now make that 4 kills to just get to match point. I mean, you've dropped one of the biggest question marks of the bunch. Zordy, he's been a nightmare to deal with this game, and you've just done it with ease. I mean, 5-on-4, and Result is the one you look towards next to try to bail him out, but people keep falling like dominoes left, right, and center. And forZe just can't stand back up for themselves. Shalfie, he's still in ramp. He's still here to try to fight back, but not for long as he's dropped. It's Rifles to save, and it's iNation to get map point.
If I'm not mistaken about this, I do hope I'm not mistaken about this, but we were talking about how Kixon in Apeks, it is very good for the team to also have a very fragging IGL. And I'm pretty sure Choiv is the IGL for iNation. I might be wrong on that, but he's also doing very well. I mean, went into B and cleared B by himself. Result will get Choiv, so that is him out of question. But the question is not that if Choiv leaves through this one. The question is, how will forZe come back into this one? Because it will be, as the bomb explodes, map point for iNation. The team that didn't really have that strong of a CT side, right? It wasn't that impressive. They only got 7 rounds. Well, they got 8 on the T side, and they're looking to get the 9th to close out the game on forZe's map pick and send us over to Anubis, where the win rate is better for iNation. Now, it is very close on all those 3 maps, so I do expect to see another really close game. But iNation, they're going to be having a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence going on into the next one if they manage to win this one.
And they're only 5 kills away from doing it, from living up to that upset. But there's still a whole hell of a lot in front of them to actually take down. It's easier said than done when you've got Zordi on op. Remember, Shelfie is still playing an absolute life game right now with 22 kills to his name. It's not like this is all one-dimensional. It's not black and white. There's still easily a world that forZe can pull this off and have done in the past. It's not really over until it's over. Right now, iNation don't seem too keen on trying to do anything too crazy aggressive to try and make that happen. No, they just want to make sure they're doing what they've done before to get them here, to get them so far.
Playing a slow game. Although, as I say, that result will be overwhelmed by Kindo. There's a second player behind the vent. That's Jerry going down. Shalfie will take down Choi, but this is still a 4-on-3. Now Krad is in a very good position, and he takes down the bomb. That is a massive frag to be found by Krad. Oh, wow, they never expected him to push through ramp, make it back to a 3-on-3, even though the entries were very good. But look at Vladen.
What have they done here? I mean, forZe, they've so overplayed their hand. They had the bomb dropped, and I know some people don't necessarily like holding on to it, but they didn't even hide the fact that they had rotated around. It's 1v1 too, and of course, Zordi does it again. A hat trick will keep him in the game. forZe, they gave iNation every little inch they needed, but they just couldn't pick it up. And I certainly thought that one was over with the flank being dispatched, though, with Shalfie being dropped and outside. And they're lucky to be alive in this game right now, but it doesn't mean it's the end of days. In fact, the buyback is significantly worse.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a very good chance for iNation. They got the first 2 frags on site, but the bomb was left on their Opper, and their Opper never expected Krad to be pushed up into trophy, or past trophy room, I should say, to just hold down the angle, because it was a very risky play from Krad, don't get me wrong. I mean, it could have been a player holding him, but still, they got the job done. They get themselves to 12. Now, it didn't get all of the job done. Shalfie spotted next to the red box. He gets Choi. Kind of will trade. Depression with the op has to win against Zorti here. And Zorti, he has the angle down, but Krad falls. Dragon is the one that gets that frag result. We'll smoke up Squeaky, and he will take care of Hot, but for now, iNation, they got in the ramp.
And where do they go from here is the big question. Consistently now, it feels like iNation have been able to get around Avon in far more times than they should be allowed. He's one player you cannot really afford to have falling right now, because that's the biggest weapon of the bunch now gone. And the only one here separating lower from the control of iNation is Jerry on an MP9. And it's not like he's low, but he's certainly not equipped for the job he's been tasked of doing. Now you've got result here too. They've just stacked it up instead, said, you know what? Gotta put it all on the line. We've got to make a gamble, and this is the one they decide to go with. MP9 good for the first, but a 1-for-1 is not what you were hoping, and because of it, they all fall of Valiant's death. forZe get dropped on their own home turf, and iNation make a magical outcome of a map nobody expected them to contend on.
I mean, absolutely insane from iNation. Winning that one, taking the map pick of forZe away from them on one of the maps that forZe are usually doing very, very well on. I mean, well played to both of the teams, but iNation, they were surely the better team here on Nukin. I just have to applaud their effort. I mean, it was just wonderful to witness.
Yeah, and now they get to try to take that momentum with all that upset factor, with all their individuals feeling good, into their own home turf of Anubis coming up right after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions, to reach for greatness, to become the champion of champions.
And we are back. Now getting ready for Anubis here as iNation impressed us all with a wonderful nuke to be played there to win against forZe, one of their best maps. We've seen forZe play one of the most wonderful nukes overall, but this one wasn't one of them. I mean, iNation were looking really strong, and I can only feel like Anubis is going to be even stronger for them.
And you think about how they even started on a really strong foot. I believe it was like 6-2 at one point for iNation. So they kind of stumbled in the middle. The fact is, they had a good start. they had a bad mid game and they closed it out insanely well. So like if they're able to pick up the pieces in those mid rounds in the middle of the game, not let so much momentum get out of hand, then this is going to be a very scary team to go against in the future. And I always love seeing Anubis in the pool because even though it has been in here for a couple of months now, it's still relatively new. There's still tons of things on this map to be discovered. There's still tons of things that teams could show us. And I love seeing the innovation in these lower tiers of Counter-Strike sometimes because iNation, maybe they bring something new to the table that people haven't thought of yet. And it's always for the most entertaining stuff ever. So we're ready to go into Anubis to see if they do have something new to show us.
Well, I am a fan. I'm a big fan of this map. I'm always a big fan of changes. Just as some people are scared of change, I'm not. I'm really curious to see every time I see Anubis how certain teams are going to play through it. And we do see the odds were heavily in favor of iNation, so make sure to check out cct.gg/1xbet. But now, Zorte, he already took down Depression. That was an interesting angle to see, but he wasn't necessarily the one that got the kill. Dragon takes down Jerry, though.
Yeah, but there's T's just about everywhere, and they're being encapsulated right now. You've got one all the way on his own in A, one on his own in B, one on his own in canals, and this flank is even starting to activate too. So if they were to somehow drop the bomb carrier in Shelfie right now, because there is Kindo creeping through from short, then the chances of any sort of success in this round drop from low to none. They're continuing to make a slow crawl. Oh, no. Oh, no. Crash just somehow slipped the bill and gone through middle. He's going to clear out short for them, Kindo. There's no way he ever expects something like this. But Crad actually slows down. And now you're going to see him peek right back in. Leave the site open for now. Bomb's going to go down, but he's going to know about this. Rotation's coming through. Trying to activate as well. Shalfie's yet to actually commit to a plant either. And I'm confused as to what they really want to do with this. Shalfie catches a stray, though, and one-on-one in the middle of the site may turn against him. Crad goes up middle and has both been spotted, but it's now in the favor of forZe as they inch closer to a converted pistol. I talked earlier about how these guys can be so scary and deadly on these pistol rounds because of how good they are at aiming and with as a unit usually and in the middle of chaos. Dragon's going to have to go against everything in the book if he wants to go close in this round. And considering he's already been spotted, it's not even about if Crad finds the kill, it's how close Shalfie can get. Oh, spinning around, Dragon! Tries to get the spam on the dualies, but it doesn't land in time. Crad is the hero for forZe, and he'll win them the pistol single-handedly.
Well, the dualies almost doing the heavy lifting, but in the end, it was the USPs. Or not the USPs, but the Glocks to pull through. iNation, they will force up into this one. And we've seen some interesting plays here on this map, in particular with the MP9s. Also, 5-7, I'm always calling it out as being a very strong one. Now, we did see also wonderful push from Apeks, full eco to go to win the round, basically, with 3 P250s and no armors. But we won't see that from iNation just yet. They will be playing it pretty passively, and of course the MP9s, they do better in the close quarter duels, but we'll see if they will get that chance, because forZe, I'm pretty sure they do want to take the duels as far as they can, but at the same time Kindo is pretty close. If someone pushes him towards mid, he's probably gonna have a bad time. At the same time, they do leave B with only one single defender, that is Choiv, and with the molly thrown inside the cave, he's gonna be a little bit scared. But did they stack the right site now? Because it seems like forZe are grouping up towards that A site.
And the coolest part too here is that I imagine Kindo is gonna maybe go in and flank mid at some point, jiggle it as soon as they take contact, and then he's right there for a flank so long as his teammates can delay for a reasonable amount of time. And in come the rifles to a swarm of pistols, though kills don't seem to follow the way you would expect. Depression, again, gotta try and stay alive here. Actually, no, I believe that mid flank did actually get caught on, so the only one towards B is Choiv, and little does he know, but Shalfie's already out. Pull the Deagle, bomb's gonna come up through connector, and that was your only chance at having an impact this round. Now it's just Depression, you might as well go for it on the MP9. Moving back in through Palace right now, it just seems like he's got better intentions with the 50 cal pistol. And I assume when he moves closer, it'll be a bit different, but zordi on the off angle just looks to shut this down quickly and actually gives him a route back in. They're not necessarily in crossfire stance either, so Shelfie, if he falls, there's a real world he could get this round accomplished, but with how far ticked the bomb is, with no kit, no utility, he realizes his chances are gone. So, a respectable effort nonetheless, but not one that'll amount him to a round win.
I mean, he does get away with a Galil in the end, and also has a Deagle that he can drop to a teammate. So there is some fighting chance into the next one as well, but he was the one who didn't buy the armor, because he is the one who's trying to get the op as soon as possible. But of course, into this one, I'm curious to see if iNation will try to be a little bit more aggressive, try and be surprised that forZe are not expecting. But again, with only pistols without armor, they do have a couple of armors, but that's about it. The surprise could be not really that big of a surprise. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, at least. They do default it out. They do all go towards their designated positions. At least they do have some pistols to fight with. And inside cave, the CZ of Choi might be very powerful. Now Dragon with the Eagle goes down instantly to Krad, and Choi just has to hide here because he can't really get out into the site anymore.
Ooh, hold on though. That's a gun to be picked back up, and they still don't necessarily know about somebody's presence in connector, but already, you're not going to sneak anything past this guy, especially with a common angle like that. So this one will just be edging towards its conclusion, as Depression's the only one left with a Galil. And I don't even know if you really care to save this, right? I mean, considering the investment you're going to bring to the table next round, I wouldn't say necessarily go throwing your gun away, but can certainly opt to fish for maybe an upgrade to an AK or something of the sorts.
Well, they're not really hunting all that much here, forZe. Don't necessarily know where the enemy player is, and it could be very risky to just go in and lose some more of those weapons as they're trying to get their economy going. Keeping 4 players alive was way more important than getting that Galil away from Depression. That Galil might be upgraded to an op. Shafi also going down to the bomb doesn't help their case. Losing one more player for basically no reason there. And it will be upgraded to an op. Yeah, Depression just going to take out the op right away, try and get some things going. As forZe, they will hold on to the full auto weapons. No an op inside just yet. Also an AUG for Dragon, interestingly enough. Surely some nice skins as well. Make sure you get your skins at Hellcase, our partner here at the CCT, and use the code CCT for 10% of our bonus. Get yourself in the giveaway and such. But again, we were talking about this in the previous map. I feel like control of water is really important, and as Choi doesn't really seem to be the one to take aggression towards that position, forZe, they're just going to take it for free, and they do always send the player in that direction.
Yeah, but right now, forZe aren't really sending anybody anywhere. Same thing goes for iNation. It's just by the books right now, waiting for the other team to make the first mistake with basic map control being maintained. But I think iNation are going to start to get a little eager to make something happen. You see them lining up and flashing outside of B main. Won't find anything, though. In fact, that may just tell them exactly what's going on with all the hellfire raining in the middle right now. Kindo throws his flash back and decides to push up to the mid doors, getting flashed in himself, but he hasn't necessarily spotted anybody. Shelfie could go undetected, and it looks like he will as he backs away now. Kindo not even considering somebody to be in that smoke. How dare he abuse the timing like that, he says, as we go back to a 3-on-3. It seems like all is well for now, but for now only occurs until zordi comes in. B main is the only avenue they need to get into the site itself. And it looks like that just may be them pathing forward to a 4th round. Somebody has to make up the pieces here, and the only one who's capable is Depression. But he's just going to save again. And this hap feels like it's been riddled with that, even though we've only seen 4 rounds. Just one team gets 3-4 picks. That team has been 4s, and usually it's just iNation trying to save again. 4s are going for hunts, taking the guns out, eventually back to pistols, and it's rinse and repeat. Something feels like it has to change, where iNation, though, take some really good late round space. You saw the flash into B main. So how is it that within 10 seconds, iNation have 2 players lining up a B main take? I mean, you've got to hold on to that space. Use it in some form of manner where you can sit there, be able to rotate back if your teammates need you, and ensure that B is on lock. But they're just flashing back in, spotting what's going on, and leaving. That's just a waste of utility at that point.
Well, I mean, right now they can. What is interesting to me is that Dragon, he did trade his teammate inside cave, but he never expected the players of forZe to be in B main, as they didn't necessarily have a lot of info on what was happening in that area, in that part of the map. At the same time, this time they're gonna be a little bit more aggressive towards water. Depression is actually peeking in with the op. Shalfie takes down Kindo, but Depression will answer with a frag onto Zorte. Now, will they actually try and contest the positions of Depression and Choiv? It should be pretty hard, especially as the smoke has been thrown, but they can just go into A. Vladen is the sole defender, and they're actually going to pre-fire the smoke and take out Vladen. So now A side is completely open. Choiv was even closer than result expected, so that makes it a 3-on-3 again. But this time, they have a lot more info here on what the plan is of forZe. The bomb is planted on this site, and they're trying to retake it with all the players from A main.
Guns for everybody, though. They just need to land these shots, and yeah, man, taking these aim duels against players like Shalfie ain't really going to go your way. And again, it's just set back to the save. Mimicking the outcome of last round, it seems this time it's not even like you're saving an op, it's just an M4, and Jerry won't let you get close to the big green. The forZe, they do not really struggle to get themselves a 5th on the board. And instantly a timeout's called in response. Remember, this is iNation's map, so fact is, they're down 5-0 on the map we're supposed to see what they're truly made of. And they're just getting steamrolled.
Maybe they use all of their gas for nuke, but they need to get something going and quickly here. Again, this is a T-sided map, so it's not all that bad. But as we've seen on nuke, that was a CT-sided map where iNation managed to win on the less favored side. Now, for now, on this CT side, things are not really going their way, but they're gonna try and get something done here. Well, let's see if they can do it. This tactical timeout maybe got them some insight into what forZe are trying to do. I'm sure they're going to be helped by their coach here, iNation, and he's going to give them some good insight on what the play is. But so far, is forZe letting anything through? Are they having any openings that iNation can use to break down this attack? Because it seems like for now, forZe are just playing very good CS.
I also don't know if they can call back this round either, because damage was already done, and we were about 40 seconds in by the time he lagged out. So this is just a 3-on-5 that you've got to work with, and this is honestly the most unfortunate way you can picture for iNation to get on the board. But when you got Folden playing like that, honestly, I don't really know if it's going to matter that you had an extra player in the mix. It still would be a 2-on-5. But what certainly does help is the fact that it's flawless. So iNation, they'll get on the board and via unfortunate circumstances, but so long as they can make momentum come out of it, then I don't really think it's going to be caused to it.
Oh, it's gonna feel bad, right? But as long as, well, for iNation, they're gonna be happy about what happened. Still, as you pointed out, they also had a very solid defense. But for forZe, I guess it's gonna feel bad. But I don't think that's gonna be taking anything out of them. Although the technical pause, as long as if it goes on for long, it might take out some of that flame that forZe have burning, and that's what usually, well, that's what can happen with those kind of pauses, but they're out of anyone's control, right? As long as they are experiencing some issues, they need to use the pauses to wait for Zorte to come back in. Seems like shouldn't be too long. Yeah, he's back in the server, so they're probably going to be starting on again. But as you said, the damage was done, so the round won't be reverted, or at least that's what we expect is going to happen. And iNation, again, they're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, but only happy if you can make something out of it, right? I mean, you've created your grand invention. Now you got to sell it. And exactly what these next rounds are going to attempt to do with the op back in the hands of Depression again. It's not like forZe are going to shy away from a buy. They got plenty of cash built up too, but that's not going to happen for very much longer. If you can get one really good shutdown round again and stop them from getting a bomb plant, then you'll start to walk on easy street a little bit more, where you get these rounds 2 for the price of 1. Also, there's that nade I was talking about earlier. Bounced over the roof of the A site, means there's almost 100 damage dealt within the first 20 seconds. It's a good start, but how can they close? Not giving themselves up or exposing anything. It's just baiting out utility of forZe, which they've done pretty damn well so far.
Oh, the resmoke from mid. The flash was good, but Zorte almost gets the frag onto Inno there, and he does back away in time. Depression spots out result. Already a 5-on-4 flash coming through, and he will back away, but they're kind of stuck in mid here. Shalfie, luckily the molly goes away, but he was stuck in the corner there. Will use the smoke for connector, but I think they do have a flash to pop their teammate through. And it's all down to how the flash lands. It didn't land in the right position, and Zorte, that is a freebie that he finds there as they're setting up for an execution towards the B site.
And this is bad. They've just cut the entire map in 2, so if Dragon and Choiv cannot win the round or iNation on their own, then it's done. It's forZe right back in the winning seat, and on their own pace, their own terms. Choiv's hurt this, though, so maybe they can try to rotate somebody in through canals as they peek in. It wasn't expected, but they still walk away with the kill. Dragon next up on the chopping block, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to come back in the nick of time. Shalfie drops down into canals, and on 1 HP, he wins the duel. They're both low, but does Depression know? It's absolutely everything with 12 HP. He can switch to the sidearm, maybe try to get them when he's or either planting the bomb, going around the side. Depression on the op. They're low, but it wouldn't matter anyway. It's the best weapon at picking people apart, and forZe get blindsided by him coming through the smoke. It's not clean, it's not one-sided, and it's not denying it a fuse, but it's a win that they needed nonetheless.
Pushing through the smoke there, and that situation is very ballsy from Depression, but it's exactly what forZe were not expecting. Tactical pause from forZe here, just trying to recover as they do lose their first 2 rounds. Also trying to decide, I think, on what to do into this one, because they could buy, but it could be very risky at the same time. Maybe a half buy could be the best decision. But with that, iNation, they can start racking up rounds. They can get even one more here on the board as they're trying to come back into this one. Because, of course, it is their own map pick. So, again, you would expect iNation to feel very comfortable in this map. But forZe, as iNation were on Nuke, they're making it very uncomfortable for the host team, as you could call them. But we'll see if this goes on from forZe, because iNation, they did call that tactical timeout. Sure, they were helped a little bit by a small issue that forZe had, but they're getting the hang of things. They're getting the momentum that they need, and they need to stop this fast, aggressive push full of flashes. They already lose 2 players. Vladen, not the cleanest spray, and he has to get the USB out. That is the B side completely open. Kindos here to take them away, and Zorte now, 1-on-2 with an M4. Will try to get a bomb planted.
They've gone the long way around to maybe try to fake him out a little bit. Zorte, soon this smoke will subside, and there'll be nothing left than him and his M4. But they're both completely isolated right now, and it seems like Zorte's aware of this potential as he just holds the line in CT spawn. Kindo going to be the first to take the fight, and now Depression, he's the unknown, but he's the op, so why the hell would he come from connector? You know exactly where he is, but you can't do the damage necessary to lock down the round. And again, it's Depression to win it for iNation single-handedly, but you can't keep winning these rounds by sheer one-on-ones. You can't be letting these advantages slip so much. You can't keep whipping these easy sprays. And hopefully it stops eventually, because if it doesn't, whenever forZe decide to pick back up on what's been put down and pick one more round into their own back pocket, iNation will be dumbfounded by what happens.
Getting another buy-in forZe. Let's see if they can stop iNation. it's been close rounds, but those close rounds I feel hurt the most, right? Because as you are trying to win the round, it's just the individual play that gets them through for iNation, and they're gonna be feeling very happy about it. But forZe, the other side, they're not gonna be very excited for iNation's map round wins. Vladen, ooh, timing. They actually pushed through. Vladen wasn't looking, and Jerry takes him out. Depression will go down, so now the main clutch factor of iNation from the previous 2 rounds is gone. And with a 4-2 and with control of the site, well, if Dragon finds Krad here, no way he expects this, and Krad will get an easy headshot, and that should be enough for forZe. Get themselves to the 6 rounds on the board. Choiv, happy to save that M4. Economy is not that good, so forZe could get themselves in an even better spot that they already are in.
I love how forZe space their way into that A site right there. I mean, look, you go ahead and take almost any team in this scene, or at least in the relative realm of forZe's capabilities, and you probably don't see that much attention to detail. Them just spacing so perfectly into A right there, that Depression at a very common pick off, up, and, you know, back away angle, he's only getting 1. I mean, it's an instant trade from forZe, and that is how you counter an op right there. You don't give him any sliver of hope at a multi-kill. And it's that exact kill, that exact spacing, that exact trade that may have prevented iNation from winning that round. You imagine maybe Depression gets that kill and is barely able to get away behind the wall there. Okay, well, now what's he doing? He's buying time for rotation. He's giving him an opportunity for another kill, and he continues to play his life. It's just a recipe for disaster that forZe avoid by making that one small adjustment. And now, pistols for iNation. Now it's giving you a free round.
Yeah, exactly. A very good point, as they're very good on trading each other. forZe, just playing as a pack will help out a lot against the likes of iNation. Now, Krad already getting the double kill just more or less seals the deal for forZe. Result is he's still waiting for the push towards A from iNation, and they were trying to regroup before they do it. The bomb will just get planted on that B site, and there's no one there to deny it. iNation, I don't think they have any hopes at winning this one, as they do have only a 5-7 and a couple of USPs. The best that they can do is maybe take some weapons off of forZe, but as result is waiting here for the peaks, and the 5-7 not going in this direction is going to be very hard. So iNation slowly trying to get themselves in a better position, but forZe, they keep on winning the rounds. Now, it was an eco from iNation, and they will buy into the next one, but forZe, as long as they get more and more rounds on the board, it's going to get easier for them as they change onto the CT side, well, the less favored side. All comes down to what the strategies are from iNation, right? Because iNation, they did lose the CT side on Nuke as well, but their strategies were very good against the defense of forZe, and that could be the case here as well. Not with only 3 rounds won on the CT side, though.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do want to point out that this map is very commonly T-sided. So, I mean, you end this with, like, what, 3 more rounds? And it's something you can make a game out of, is what I'm trying to say. So, all it takes is a little more oomph to put into this half for iNation, and it's no telling how far this game can be brought. I mean, you remember the T side of Nuke. It wasn't all that bad. So, iNation still definitely a chance for them to pick up the pieces, and that would have been a massive kill to find. I mean, 5-on-4 is so much different than a 3-on-5. It's just so monumentous how big that lead can be. And again, it looks like they want to maybe try to clear out B main. You've got the flash being set up right now. Actually, no, there is no flash. They've just got to dry peek it, and they get away with something big there. Shalfie was holding it, so you'd kind of favor him to get at least 1 out of it, but instead, it's just free data for iNation to work with right now, and they're not going to leave this time. No. Instead, they're going to re-peek, and it's Depression who finds another opener. Result, no trade in sight, and forZe are being bled out right now.
Three on 5. It's not like we've never seen those kind of rounds won, but Vladen surprising Jerry there sure helps. Dragon waiting for the flash in the AUG long-range duel, but still doing the work. Zorte now has the op, but he's in a 1-on-5 with 40 seconds left, and I don't think there's anything to be done out of this round. He can still buy into the next one, but iNation, they do have a strong answer against forZe in round 11, and they do manage to take it away. If they do so flawlessly, it would be even better for the economy, as they're trying to get closer to where Zorte should be, right? They're trying to take off the weapon off of his hands. Even though they can still buy, it would still be really important to deal a lot of damage, but just by getting the op out. And they're slowly converging on him. 5 seconds left. He might even go down after the time ends. He's going to be pushed from all directions. Oh, Zorte, no way he gets out. He even misses the no-scope. So not only he loses the op, but he won't get the loss bonus. And that might make it even better.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have so much money built up that they don't really have to mind it just yet. But if it happens again, that's when the problems really start to occur once more. I told you, you only really need like 6 rounds to manifest the game out of this half, to build it up. But technically, you only need to win this one. iNation, one more round like that, and again, you put yourselves back on easy street. We haven't really seen that for iNation just yet, and we get another opportunity for them to try and make it happen.
Well, let's see what changes here in the side of forZe. Now the pressure is towards the A side. He is by himself. There's no one to throw a flash in. If they dry pick this, Depression can get the first one. And what's different from that previous round is he can back away. Ooh, nearly avoiding Jerry there. And that's exactly what he pointed out. If they take down Depression, where he's gonna slow rotations, of course, and as at the same time still put a lot of pressure onto forZe. Now the plan wasn't to go into that A site; it is to go into the B site. But in B, no one is gonna rotate just yet, because Depression just got a frag into A. Dragon finds Jerry. Vladan will find Chalfie. Zorte even flashed. He gets Dragon, but he's in a 1-on-4, and it's gonna be very hard for him to get anything done. Basically the same situation as the previous round, just he's in a more advanced position, and the time hasn't run out yet. But he's going to be overwhelmed soon enough, and he was spotted by Kindo.
He was spotted, but it's a 1v1 that you
wound.
don't really want to give. You've still got somebody keeping him pincered in, so it's not like he's gone for free just yet. Thankfully, for iNation's sake, Depression won't miss that shot, but problems would occur if he did. I mean, that's a tough shot to hit, so thankfully it's not a worry that iNation have to think about just yet, and they do get to put them back to pistols. So it should be 6 almost guaranteed. And from there, could be anybody's guess. Could be 9-6, could be 8-7 in either direction. But iNation is certainly making a game out of this one.
And we see that a double up setup does help iNation a whole lot. Getting Dragon into a cave, looking down into water is just a lot of pressure put on the forZe, and also some map control taken away from them. And that just helps out a lot again. Being a little bit more aggressive towards mid, or at least taking a little bit of control, does backfire, because Vladan is tagged through the smoke by a Glock. Not the end of the world, and that is a good, well-placed nade. But they might be dealing with a full rush through mid. They do have the weapons, and they're against the Glocks. As long as they don't lose anyone here, iNation is going to be even better for them. But if they lose those 2 weapons, then it becomes a little bit scary, because Depression is alone on A. Sure, he has an op, but if 4 Glocks come rushing towards him, he's not going to be very happy about that, and they lose the first one, but at least he gets one in return. Oh, and also the molly.
Still getting pushed down, though. It's not the end of days, but it will be shortly. There was definitely a world where maybe the pistol over in A main wins a duel, maybe gets down the opper, works with Depression's own weapon against them, but just too much had to go right, and unrealistically so. Rather, I'm sorry, realistically so, it doesn't happen. But now the guns come back out. This time it's with momentum that iNation could potentially extend this little shred of momentum they've been given. And I like forZe trying to slow down the pace, right? I mean, some of these rounds have been fairly quick, and iNation have just been gung-ho going in to find some of these entries, which has worked so well for them before. I mean, over on Nuke, you saw it, but forZe, they want to be the ones controlling the pace, and that's exactly what this timeout does. If not necessarily just figuring out what's going on, you manually slow them down. You're now in control of it again.
2 rounds left of this first half, and anyone could be the victor of it. But with this bye here, forZe, they kind of have to win this one. Because then they can be overtaken. If they don't, they can be overtaken by iNation, as they would buy up with only around 2,900 in the next one. And Op is not going to be present, surely, and Choiv. The second Op seems to just change in terms of, or judging by the spawn. But again, he gets a really important frag there. No, almost had a good chance there, but didn't connect the shots. Depression has to cover by himself. He has Vladen to hang on to main. Jerry spotted and tagged up as he tries to get in. Where's the left side? But was that really necessary? Result has to get this one, and he gets it onto Vladen, and that's a lot of pressure onto Depression. He gets no one. Couldn't get the shot off, and now it's a 4-on-2 in favor of forZe.
I've been giving this up for free, though. He's gotten a couple of 1v1s to try to pull things back. Still a man in heaven on low HP, albeit it's not an angle you're really going to expect right now. Choiv, one stray bullet landing in the right direction could put the Mac in this round, but it's not one that he'll be firing off, and with it, Dragon decides to vacate. Don't think the op is really all that recoverable, so another loss iNation have to work with. Not one they can't afford. I believe they can invest it right back out, but what's Dragon going for here? Maybe deliver an extra kill at the very finish. Nade does it. That's big. Taking the big green out of their hands now and even gotten one back in your own. It's honestly a pretty damn good trade, you ask me, but iNation, I still would like to see them get this 7. That is, if I think they're going to have an amazing chance on this second half, because honestly, forZe on the CT side can be scary, man. A 3-round gap, while I talked about it being doable, feels so favoring to them.
The result did go back in, and he did get the op in the end, so that effort was good from Dragon, but didn't really deny the big grin for forZe. Now, still playing that double op, of course. Not being that aggressive into water again, because, of course, forZe, they're just gonna not peek into that area as they would expect an op to be there. They're going to be focusing onto mid now, and the boost came in. Shalfie will pick in. Kendall didn't see anything because the flash came in from result. Vladen playing the off angle towards window, but they did get the opening frag. That is the most important one, and Depression tries to trade. Choiv gets Zorti in water. Vladen stops result, and now all of a sudden, we're in a 4-on-3 in favor of iNation, with Depression still holding down onto mid, where Shalfie is in the corner, and they are kind of boxed in a little bit, or at least Shalfie is.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like he actually knows Shalfie's here. More so contemplating it happening. And contemplation's all he needs to get the adjustment. Second op still in play too. They'll put an end to Crad, Span, and Reign of Terror. It's all Jerry. And it's not a lot to work with right now. He'll move back into connector to try to make some ends meet, but there's 2 players posted up on his angle. Locked into this position to be exploited with the smoke now being used. Not even hiding anymore. Leg connects through the smoke. Only 1 bullet required. Dragon will layer it in. And iNation, well, it's not a lead. It's still only a 1-round disparity heading into the second half.
Eight to 7, only 1 round difference between those 2 teams. Where did I see that before? Oh, right, it was on Nuke. forZe was leading there as well. And now the thing is, iNation then, they got on the unfavored side and they managed to win it. That was incidentally also the T side, but on this map, the T side is the favored side. Now, if the strategies of iNation are very good to counter the defenses of forZe, well, we can see some great things from iNation. forZe, of course, they're going to try and deny. They're going to try and win this one and send us to a third map. But we'll see if iNation are going to let that happen. Jerry inside the cave with the dualies. He's not going to be flashed, and he's going to get the first one. The second as well, helped out by Krad, but Depression gets a quick double, and that's its B side open.
And you've just spotted two of them coming around from canals. The only unknown is potentially one pushing through mid, which they obviously don't know yet, but they'll soon figure it out and deduct exactly what's happening with all the space they've just gathered over in CT spawn. Seeing no one home's a pretty good indicator of times to come and what's to happen. Dragon again spots them out coming in through connector, and where's that second player? They all start to make their onslaught back in, and considering you dealt with the B main flank, you know where the last lies, and it's all iNation need to tie us up in the 8th. A pistol win may be huge, but who knows? The breaker could be even bigger.
Is forZe going to force into this one is my main question, because if they don't, well, iNation sure can get in lead, but forZe can get the weapons out earlier. And I do feel like they need those weapons, especially in the situation that they're in, trying to win this second map, the map pick of iNation. And I'm sure iNation peeked into this one with a very good reason. I just checked the T round win percentage for iNation, 70.2. They have 80% round win after getting the first kill. Those are some very impressive stats for iNation. Now, they do get 3 kills, but they lose 2 players, and that's also the bomb lost. So if Jerry finds the frag onto Depression here, opening up the T side, or the T spawn, I should say, that could be very scary for Depression, but no, he gets the frag, gets the headshot, and Krad, he's the last one standing, has a Mac 10. Even if it ends like this, it's still a good amount of damage considering it was a full eco round.
True. But this is already a good start for iNation. The question is being how far can they actually take it? Can they field anything on the rifles? We all saw what happened when forZe got the rifles out in the counterpart. Well, very, very difficult for them to put an end to. Actually, it's a really good finish for Krad. And they built up a good chunk of change, too, with the extra kills they added on top of it, with the Mac 10s that were recovered. So they could even drop the op out if they really wanted to. Going glass cannon on Zordy wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but instead they just stick with the basic M4s. And they get to try to go right back into things with their first CT rifle of the game. But here's the interesting part. All these rounds, if iNation just keep converting from here, they're 2 for the price of 1. It's not just 1. So forZe have to keep that in mind in every single investment they bring to the table going forward, that until you get some stability and earn it, you allow iNation so much more than you could possibly dream off a win.
Oh, Dragon finding Krad through the smoke. Dragon, how does he find 2 frags through the smoke? What is that? Opening up the B side. There's only one more player left there, but I guess they just are asking themselves, how did we die like that? Dragon, oh, swapping there is not the right idea, but he finds that one as well. Dragon, what is this from Dragon? I mean, getting a triple kill. He had no business in getting 2 frags through the smoke. One as he was swapping the weapons, almost going down to Molly there for no reason. It result, I think he's just confused. I was on A all alone. I haven't seen anyone. How am I alone?
I mean, it's insane. iNation, it's certainly not a replicable thing that they've just done to obtain this rifle round, but does it matter? I mean, again, you get 2 rounds off this, so hunting down result would just be huge. Any chance they would have had at conversion in the next goes away just like that. And again, it's pistols. Again, it's iNation in the lead. This time on double digits and potentially 11 guaranteed.
I mean, that is just a very good individual play from Dragon. We didn't get to see those first 2 frags through the smoke, but again, as you were pointing out, even winning that one gets you 2 technically. So forZe now, they're gonna be playing the pistols. An MP9 for Jerry, sure, but as it stands, iNation, they're looking to play towards the A side, losing Dragon this time. Crad does get rid of the MVP of the previous round. But we'll see if they can cover against the push of iNation as it looks right now. Where's that A side? The bomb is also in that part of the map. Shafi's close by to help result. The nade will not reach the player onto the site itself, but they're actually focusing on that B side most of all. And Kaindo is ready to at least get some noise done. So that just keeps the players here. That would be very important. And he's going to regroup with his teammates. And what is the plan of attack? Is it going to be the B side? Because against the pistols and the MP9, might not be that easy. Also, oh, Jerry, down to 20 HP for them from the molly only.
They're using up a lot of their resources and not getting a lot for it right now. You see the stat coming back in through to the A bomb site. They've decided exactly what's about to happen. forZe's read is going to pay off, or at least it's going to pay off in the amount of numbers you've got over here, but still got to win the exchanges, in which so far it's not looking too hot. There's a crossfire set up in the middle of the site with pistols galore, but you won't need them if you've got Crad here getting all three. 1Ds are perfection, and Choi has passed. It's impossible. Bomb dropped, rotation sprinting through, flanks coming, and there's just a timer left on Choiv's life, and his span Shalby will take the last. And forZe, what better way to get on the board than an eco win like that? iNation, as soon as I thought they were guaranteed 11, has ripped from them.
Wow, I mean, those kind of plays are the plays that get you back in the game. An individual play with the Deagle from Crad, wonderful triple kill. And now iNation, they will ask for a tactical pause as they are trying to decide what is the best plan here, because they did just lose against an eco. But forZe are going to be very happy with what happened, and they need to use that as fuel to get them going if they want to win this one and send us over to Inferno as the decider. For now, we're still into this one, round number 20, and it's still looking as a really close game, as expected, to be honest. I feel like even if we get to the third map, I would never expect a one-sided affair. I would always expect a close match between those two teams because they're just that good, and this is a very, very interesting game, especially to be found here in the quarterfinals.
Still, man, the story going into this next semifinal match, regardless, is absolutely insane. Yeah. How on this side of the bracket, where teams like Falcons, Big, Sprout, forZe, none of those might be in there. That's insane. That shot's also pretty insane too. Perfectly timed with the flashbang to open up the round for forZe. And iNation, they've struggled to pull these 4-on-5s back, regardless of the side it's been on. But that's a good way to kick it off. Result, overextensions punished, and there's still 3 stacked up on B. But for how long do they stay here? Will they rotate? That's the big question. And there's so much util to go against them, but there's a good bit to counter it.
Molly will delay them. Oh, and Jerry finds Choiv. He was all alone. I don't think there's a nade that he can chuck towards Cave. It seems like there isn't. Now, this might be the perfect time to push in, as Crad was rotating in. 3 smoke for main. 35 seconds left. That was the second to last utility that they still have forZe. They still have a flash. But what is the play here? Are they going to save? They backed away from main. Time is pretty short, so I guess the best decision here is to save. But forZe, they will tie up the score. They will get themselves to double digits. And iNation, thereby might be a little bit shaky into the next one. Might even be an eco. But at the same time, even if Choiv and Vlad and eco, their teammates won't get the loss bonus in. So I guess the best decision would be just to force up and play again against forZe alongside those weapons. So far, not really finding the success that they were before iNation, and I still feel like that anti-eco that they lost was one of the main reasons.
Yeah, but I mean, I still think that save is extremely questionable. Even if you force buy around this, which you kind of have to now because you don't have any money on the rest of your players, you put such an unnecessary problem in this round where you could have gone for a 3-on-2 site take in the last, even maybe gotten a bomb plant out of it at worst. And at best, you win the round. It's just, it does not feel like the play to make. They're getting 2 Tech 9s back out for the trouble, and they already have their star Opper dropped to 50 HP. He's the one you look to give you hope in this situation, and he's been set up for failure.
Yeah, he's been leading the scoreboard for quite some time. 20-7 right now, Depression. Oh, side angle, Result will throw the smoke. He was spotted, but hasn't taken any damage. And they're coming through connector as well, or they're about to come through connector as well. Shalfie down to 42. Result did get some damage off, but can they cover the site here? That is the big issue. Result will get one into Kano, but can they take down even more? Shalfie's there as well. Zorte's there as well. And they do shut down the push of iNation. Depression almost going down through the smoke. 2-on-5. And I guess there's no more hope for this one. forZe, solid defense into round 21. I don't know how that was a headshot for only like 1 damage, but
I don't like Depression saving. I don't like Depression saving here. I mean, do you really expect they're going to let you save twice in a row with how volatile this forZe team has been? Well, it's honestly for the better that he doesn't, because you really want everybody to be on the same playing field money-wise going into this next round, and there's just no way you're going to be allowed to save for free twice in a row.
yeah, I think that was the call from Choiv as well. I think he told them just to try and get some kills, try and get something done, because we cannot save constantly on the T side and not get the loss bonus, as the 2 players that didn't have or did die in the previous round, they did force up, so now they are also or at least Vladen was also alive, and he was only rocking a Tech 9 and armor. So yeah, I think the collective plan was just to try and get yourself, well, not try and get yourself killed, but at least try and get something done before you go down, and make sure you go down so you'll get the loss bonus. Because now they're gonna play with the pistols, waiting for the next round. They will have another buy, but forZe, just by that, they're gonna get up to 12. And well, looking to fight mid into this one. Shalfie fighting 2. One of them was through the smoke onto Choiv, making sure the big point for forZe here would be just not to lose any weapons. Never mind.
Ooh. Yeah, it's not really a choice when you got Volden on the Deagle against you, but they're still potentially giving him some opportunity here, as you got over on A. Again, Result is getting really aggressive by himself. You've got one player in Zorti swinging over in Con. I guess it's with the op, so it's a little more manageable, but still, there's easily a way they're able to take this out with a nice 1D just like that. And I'm not still worried about them converting the round, more so at them doing all this damage. The bomb isn't even picked up. Oh, wait, does Scrad not know? Scrad may not know that they're already in connector, but close up kind of doesn't win the timing. And it is all Volden into the 1v3. Bomb still has to be recovered if you want to try to get into either one of these sites. And yeah, mid's open, but with 30 seconds, you're going to have to put some pep in your step. Like right now, you can't just be sitting back. You got to make a move.
Well, gonna try at least to make a lot of noise here, but Crad will expect the drop. That will be round number 12 in the bag for forZe. iNation will be able to buy up here. And it is second to last tactical pause for iNation right now, making sure that the plan this time is going to work and is going to break the defense of forZe, but that is not warranted at all. And well, let's see what iNation decide to do here, because so far they haven't really found a lot of success on this T side. They found the first 3 rounds, sure, but after that, it's been only forZe 4 rounds in a row, looking to take on even more, looking to force the issue onto iNation, winning their map pick and going onto Inferno so they can close it out there. But iNation, I do feel like how forZe won that round and through an individual play from Kral, I think iNation need that as well from one of their players. And I feel like, well, at this point, Depression is the one most capable of getting an individual play just to get them going once again. morally speaking. I mean, the confidence that they need.
That's true. Yeah, any good feels that iNation had are kind of gone with the wind at this point after that anti-eco. It kind of feels like they're a shell of their former self. And they do really need to pick that back up where it was once lost, or it won't even just affect you in this game, it's going to affect you in the rest of the series. And playing a soulless game against forZe is not going to allow you to win the series, I'll tell you that much right now. They do kind of need to find themselves once again. And it's not like forZe are hiding themselves. They've already given pace that the ops in mid. They've told them somebody's in con. You can get a good grasp of what the setup is around the board, but the question is, how do you deal with it? There's only 2 smokes left. They have next to no utility to fend any part of the map off, but it goes both ways. Thankfully for iNation, Choiv hits an insane shot onto Zordy, so there drops the op, but Shelfie's timing them pretty well around the mid door is hard, clearing a dragon, flicks back around for the headshot, and it leaves Result all to his own devices on A. Flash misses away and actually turns away from it, and he may just find every single kill because of it. 2 of them, and even both of the players on 100 HP, you would have favored him to find the third. But regardless, it's given a chance to the retaking players coming through from both. Brad gonna make the first step, but it's a fatal one. Depression collapses in upon it, and through the smoke comes Jerry. Well, he probably won't die, but certainly will be winning the round as he goes back up the long route. And this should allow iNation to get themselves an 11, but you do still want to see them save onto some of these guns because while, yeah, hunting would be cool, he's only got $800 left for himself. He'll get a buy even if he drops. It doesn't really make a big dent in what forZe have going forward, whereas you really need all the wins you can get. So, good to see him clap back for one more, but still a long way to go on the path to redemption.
I mean, I feel like maybe Zorty had to drop for Jerry, and that could have... Well, that wouldn't have canceled an op buy because his teammates would have dropped, so never mind that, but still. That just that round win just gets forZe's economy very low. So this is a good chance for iNation, as forZe just got 1900 to try and contest that and try and get them into an eco. A double up setup coming out from forZe here. Usually, at least that's what I've heard. Not necessarily always right, but those double up setups come out when you absolutely have to win a round, and this is a must-win round for forZe. As I said, they are running out of money.
Oh, man,
and the double nade. What?
That's B. That's B opened. They just took Crad down. He's the side anchor. Then they killed Jerry. Consistently the con player. They should know they have B for free. And forZe have already called it off. In the pregame, I talked about Anubis, how some of these teams who are more comfortable and confident on the map can still show us tons of new stuff. That's one of them. That's insane.
I mean, finding the first frag was very, very good, but also finding the op onto the side, as you said, the anchor of the B site, that just ends the round. It was the molly inside temple who forced a player back, and that was basically it. forZe just called for the save because he couldn't really do anything about it because iNation, look at their HP. Only Choiv lost like 9, and that's about it. Good situation that iNation get themselves into, and now forZe, they will save up those 3 weapons, but I don't think they'll have enough money to buy up into the next one as well, or maybe they won't save up those 3 weapons because they are pushing through iNation. The full save here would be a little bit more important, so it will be the round for iNation. forZe, I guess they can still buy Shelfie can drop an M4 and Breesel can drop a FAMAS. I guess that's why the tactical pause was called. But very good round from iNation. Standing their ground here, tying up against forZe. And again, they're still in danger of an eco.
I mean, that was just so insanely cool, but not to be a Debbie Downer, that can't be the only way you win rounds when it comes to rifles. That's a really good gimmick to get the momentum back in your side and to tie it up to, I guess, push past one of the 2 mental gaps I always like to talk about. One of them being when you are able to actually get a tie game. Second being when you're taking the lead. It's insane that they could use that to win themselves a round. but they have to have a more consistent way going forward because you're not always going to find that pick, and that's always not going to grant you a way into A. So it's a good start, again, that we've seen from iNation this whole game and whole series. But now is where the hard work really comes in. How do you follow up on that?
Well, forZe trying to be aggressive. They actually went for the eco here, interestingly enough. Crad all the way down in water. Can he surprise here? That is the biggest question, because we know Crad and his Deagle. He is on point with that Deagle. Zorty looking into mid through a very tight angle. And for now, iNation, they're not really contesting that position, but the flash comes through, and Zorty, he's going to give his position away. Still there, but look at that. Choive hard-checking Crad. That is a very good read. Zorty still in mid. Can they get past him? Ooh, he's down to 3 HP. He did tag up Dragon, but he wasn't a kill to come through. And this is, again, a 5-on-3 with 2 players on B and only 1 on A. Result, he has the M4 on A, but he might be overwhelmed here from multiple positions. Oof.
Oh my lord, dude. Volden, what is that shot? I was kind of concerned with their potential attempts because you'd think after you've taken down Crad, who's usually an A anchor, you've taken down Zorty, who's usually a mid player, and you've essentially given up a little bit of both, where maybe you're incentivized to go towards A because probably going to have rotated one over and the result is still alive, or you go towards B because you took down the mid lurk, right? But it was still always concerning because, I mean, you had this weird stack set up on it that they haven't really shown yet, and it was concerning to see if iNation were going to walk into it or not, but they don't, and they actually deal with that rifle round relatively well, with only 1 loss being taken. Now, again, the rifles are going to come back out. forZe with the 3-man save can invest this now, but if they don't win this here, iNation may get series point.
Yeah, this is a very important round for forZe. Now, Zorte has been overwhelmed in the previous round on a mid position. He goes towards A this time, but iNation, they're ready for a fast execution towards B.
Look at the obscene amounts of utility they dump off of 1 flashbang. There's 3 in A, so it's not like they don't have the proper amount for reinforcement, but like, they just used up so much utility and given away the fact that Brad sat close, but the crossfire seems to be working wonders. 2-on-3, not what iNation we're hoping for. And all Shalfie's trying to do is play his life, but still that Molotov burning around the pillar. Shalfie's never fallen. He's still alive and kicking. Depression's got to push him down, playing around the smoke. He's got the better of the 2 angles. And I like that iNation tried to change up the pace and catch forZe off guard, but the little extra time the smokes allowed them to set up gave them all the preparation they needed to tie us right back up.
Last tactical timeout of iNation. They can buy into this one, no doubt about it. But I think they weren't patient enough. I mean, they had everything that they needed to, right? They had all the utility, but they just went into a crossfire. And also, Crad stayed alive for a lot longer than he was allowed to be honest. I mean, getting that double kill was very impressive, even though he was very up close and personal with the guys in iNation, but no one checked that angle. And usually that left side, sometimes it is forgotten about, right? Especially when you're pushing through a smoke, not going to check necessarily right next to the smoke, which does prove fatal for iNation. And they do get another buy-in. And forZe, that was a very important answer, but this one is very important as well, as they lost 3 players. Their economy is still in shambles, so there's still a chance for iNation to force them into an eco. Risky jump, but Crad will be staying alive. He's still here. Depression won't dodge the flash, but if he finds the frag onto Crad, oh, the tag, 52 HP. Do they have a nade, some kind of a nade lineup? They don't have any nades, though. I'm curious if they have another lineup to take him out.
Okay, Zorty flashed off the angle. He fires off an op shot too, so now you know exactly where the op is. And considering he's towards A, what does that mean for the rest of the map? He's usually been around that mid area and a quick rotator to Palace, but Not too commonly have we seen him here. So iNation maybe trying to set up in accordance to that. Shelfie getting ready to peek the window, and if he does, it seems like Depression's hard posted in on the angle. And right now, you see game plan from iNation's very, very outlined. You know exactly what they're going for, but now that Shelfie's pushed up middle, you might just have to put some pep in your step again. Again, at this angle is the op than Zordy, but again, it fails. Dragon running around with the AK, gets 2 openers on the A-bomb site, and now it's open for the taking. Jerry's Lurk tends to say a different story. Is now a man advantage for forZe coming through from this retake. Nade's going to be placed so damn well, though. And look at the health they have left to work with, both on AKs for iNation. It's not like there's an op in play. In one bullet, it'll do the due diligence to take down just about anybody across this CT side. Moving in from short now as the beats come through and get delivered. Shelfie does all it's needed. But still, like I said, everybody's 1 HP, and it's 5 versus 9 in totality. The bomb is not planted for him. Rather, I think it actually is. Shelfie gonna go back around and tap it, but doesn't even know how far Bolden's actually crept out. Timing is everything, and I don't know if Shelfie's won it. Gets back atop the bomb, and I think there's just barely enough time to get the defuse in. forZe, the closest round we've seen just yet, goes their way. And maybe a preemptive peek from Bolden's what costs them that round. I mean, Shelfie didn't even tap it more than the once. He didn't consider that it was going to be a fake. He didn't wait for it. Didn't try to bait him at all. And I think that's what costs him the round. You imagine Bolden, instead of committing to that fight, he just jiggles around a little bit, maybe waits for the tap, then makes a footstep. And all of a sudden, you kill like 1 or 2 more seconds. You win that round.
Everyone was so low HP at that point, and I do feel like Vladen could have just waited a little bit more, as I think he could have seen if he was defusing the bomb. If the enemy was defusing the bomb, he could have seen it even from up there. But in the end, it will be forZe getting themselves to 14, another tight round, and well, that round was only possible because of Dragon and those 2 entries that he got on the site. Wonderfully done. I mean, getting the Opera out of the question, and also surprising the MP9 of result there as well. Wonderfully done, but it wasn't enough. 14-13 now. Round number 28, another tight game, but this one is even tighter than the last one, where iNation managed to win Nuke. Let's see what their plan is right now. Missed shot by Zorte. Dragon still standing in one place, and Zorte, that's an easy frag to find, an easy opener to the round here.
Con has been such a problem for iNation in most of these rounds where they haven't dealt with it. They don't know how to deal with it, it seems. It's really just exchanges of Molotovs and nothing further than that. Look at Krakow through a smoke, he goes! And the trade won't be found! That's a round-losing pick, iNation! I mean, there's almost no way they could pull this back. Look at the util they have left. A molly, a smoke, 2 flashes. And all they can hope to do is boost over and pray that a pick is given to them. There's just simply no other way around it. This one's cut and dry as this. The bomb is dropped. It's 2 on 5, and there's a player on 21 health. forZe, I won't say gifted the round, but they certainly know the win condition, and that is Connector. This entire game, it's been Connector. I think the only round recently they've won was off that nade over the roof gimmick to stop the con peak. Ever since, forZe have adapted, and they just cannot catch back up. Map point given to them now as they have 2 chances to send us to the 3rd, but I guess I can hold on for a second while Depression tries to make a run for the money here, though 30 seconds and no bomb control. I think he's just trying to hang on to his AK.
Well, I mean, saving the AK here is the best play, right? Because I don't think they're going to have a lot of money going into this one, going into the map point for forZe on iNation's map pick. And as the timer runs out, it is going to be 15 for forZe. Now, the outcome of iNation winning this one is locked away. They need to get a 15 as well to tie it up. Let's see if they can do it as we get into round number 29. We might go the distance, but this is the best chance that forZe have, because iNation, they're going to have a bad buy. I don't think it's going to be maybe a Galil for Kindo, and that's about it. It should be Mac 10s at most for the rest of iNation. Even Deagles, of course, and well, we'll see what they can do. But they have 2 chances to close it out here for forZe. iNation, they need the last 2 rounds to make it to overtime and try and win it, because right now they cannot win it anymore. They can only get to overtime.
And this is one of the worst chances they're going to have at trying to make a round convert. He's already consistently at this exact angle, he has been decimated. So instead of just giving it away for free, they put results here to help him. So if he does get just F1 peaked, so we like to say in North America, then he's at least got the trade potential of result. A little bit of utility drained out of the belts, though. So small W to take as result. Tucks behind it and hears the footsteps pitter-pattering around the water outside of it. Kind of playing hot potato with the bomb here, too. So not too decisive as to where they want to go. And this smoke's soon going to fade for a potential big pick in the favor of forZe. Or actually, forgot there's boxes there, but eventually the boundary's cracked as Dragon recovers the bomb. That is the somewhat win condition of the T side, but the kills are still required, which don't ever seem to come through. And with one of the rifles having already dropped, it seems like this one's just a matter of time before forZe make the inevitable happen. But again, you've got to applaud the efforts of iNation for bringing them this far and taking them the distance at the very least. Smoke comes into A. It's the last piece of utility they'll have this game. And Jerry is ready to put this one out of arm's reach. A 1-for-1 trade is not what iNation were hoping for, and Dragon's the only one left to tell a tale of a failed Anubis.
And with being Sorte, he's just going to get that frag, and it will be 16-13 in favor of forZe to close it out here against iNation. Now, again, it was a respectable effort from iNation, but I only feel like some of those runs could have been played a little bit better. In the end, forZe, they do tie it up here. They do send us over onto Inferno, and where iNation have more experience, most played map of iNation, it is Inferno. And for forZe, that is actually the second most played. Overpass would be the most played, but it is the best win rate that iNation have out of all of these maps. It is 86% out of 22 maps. That is very impressive in my book, Andra.
Well, still, as of recent history, it's iNation, depending on whether they show up or not. We saw on Nuke, they definitely did. They outclassed forZe, and that wasn't the question. But then they dropped the ball on Anubis, where they started hard. It was not a good it really was a bad beginning for them, if I'm not mistaken. It was 5 or 6-0 before they actually could start clapping back with some of the rounds. And you think some anti-ecos thrown away, some advantages thrown away. Wasn't typical of iNation and what we've seen from them in their recent come-up. But if it happens again, forZe, they won't allow those mistakes to slip, and they'll take the series 2-1. But all is still left to be decided as we have Inferno coming up next.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
And we are back for the final map of the day. It will be Inferno, taking place between iNation and forZe. And well, iNation, 86% win rate on their most played map. 22 maps played in the previous 3 months. And they're not on 86% win rate for no reason. They won against Sprout, actually lost against Voivoda lately, and also Eyeballers, but won against Jano. So lately, they've been doing well on this map, or in the past 3 months. For forZe, 56% out of the 18 maps. Last 3 maps were wins, but they lost against Heat. That's the last 4, well, the previous 4th match. What are we thinking about this, Andran? How is this going to go? Is it going to be close? Is it going to be one-sided? I think it's going to be pretty close as well.
I think it depends. Again, the iNation we see. I don't know if it necessarily has anything to do with the map. It's like everybody knows how to play Inferno. Everybody knows how to play an in-depth Inferno. It's just about who shows up better and who plays as a team better, because utility is going to be a big point of concern. And so far today, if I had to make any guesses off of that, I definitely favor the likes of iNation, but I would have said the same thing going into Anubis. Maybe not as much because of utility reasons, but because of the way iNation were playing coming into that game. So the fact is, iNation's utility usage has been so much better in these past couple of games. It's potentially won them rounds. I mean, we saw the one round it did win them specifically on Anubis. So it goes to show how deep their strat book in that department goes. But for forZe, they are not scared to take space. They're not scared to take the fight to you, which can be a very scary beast to go against on a map like Inferno, where these teams we saw earlier, some of them don't really mind taking apps control, going deep into alt mid, splitting through mid as well, and holding on to banana control for the majority of the round. If forZe do what they normally do and put the pressure on from the early stages, then I don't think iNation will ever be able to catch their breath. But at the same time, if iNation can slightly make them respect it, waste that utility usage, which they are known to do in this series, and bait out some rotations, then I don't see any reason iNation couldn't take it either.
Yeah, I think it's still up for the fight, right? I think it can still go either way. And that's what is very interesting on this quarterfinal matches already, right? Because you're gonna see teams that are very good in whatever situation you put them in, and that's exactly what you want to see in those quarterfinal, or as we're getting closer to the semis and the finals, right? You want to see teams battling it out, getting all of the tricks out, and try and win those to advance into the playoffs and get more points as they're trying to get to well, the points for the Studio LAN finals, of course. Again, this is only the first West Europe series, so there's 3 more that they can get points in. But why not get them early and try and, well, maybe take it slower into the next one, take it easier. Now we are waiting to get into the game, but it's very interesting to me how close those 2 first maps have been. Anyone could have taken them.
That's true, but to reiterate, or not necessarily reiterate, but to add earlier, you talk about what's on the stakes for this series. You can't forget about the nice cash prize that one of these teams is going to get for winning this one in specific. If you win this series here, you're instead going from a $2,000 prize guaranteed to a $5,000 prize guaranteed, and obviously it only goes up from there. So there's more than just one thing on the line for this. Like you said, the points that you love to get early on, which you've already gotten some of, considering you've made it this far. The experience to go forward with some of the teams we've still got in the bracket. You've got potential notability with, again, you got Spirit Academy. The Spirit fan base is insane, for starters. Then you've got, obviously, all what goes into potentially making the grand finals, which is even more money and even more points. So there's really a lot for iNation to work with here and really show what they're made of, because obviously their recent history shows they're good enough to make the RMR. Recent history shows they're good enough to come here. But where do they really draw the line? I think a forZe win would be absolutely insane. forZe, it's not even like it's an upsetting thing to see it come this far. It's not like I wouldn't have expected iNation to do well against them, but considering that they didn't probably place where they wanted to at the CCT LAN, I'm sure they'd love to earn more points for their spot at Redemption.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, forZe, again, I feel like this is one of those kind of games where iNation needs to prove themselves, because forZe they already did with all the achievements that they have, but they kind of have to reprove themselves as well. So it's not only the pressure on iNation, there's the pressure on forZe, who didn't really get the best result at the LAN, and also they did lose the first map against the likes of iNation, who technically is a lower class team than them, but still iNation, they're holding their own really well against forZe, and that is very respectable for them. And with a win here and making it to the semifinals, they're just going to reiterate the fact that iNation, they're playing even better and better. And as you said, they made it to the RMR, so that's already a very good result. And getting even farther into the CCT West Europe series, even farther in the playoffs, is just an even better showing from them. And I don't know where they can draw the line. forZe can certainly draw the line for iNation, but iNation, I think they can even make it, to be honest, I think they can even make it to the final if they can actually get through. So just think about it, they win this one, right? But you need to get through Spirit Academy, who are looking very scary. So I think that will be an even more impressive game if they actually manage to win that one and make it to the final against either GamerLegion or Apeks. Of course, those matches are being played tomorrow, and also the final is being played tomorrow. So make sure you follow the CCT so you can check out all of the action that's being played here. Also, cctour.gg, you can find the schedule, the regional rankings, see which teams have a certain amount of points, who's getting closer to the LAN finals, who's getting farther away from the LAN finals. Check out the CCT Bingo, brought to you by Prosper, and CCT Stats, brought to you by Cover.gg. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I surely hope that the game, they just got to the 4th game on South Europe, and that series of GODSENT against Into the Breach, it seemed like it went on and on forever. But there, it is also being played right now. Apeks playing against Budapest 5, and Budapest 5, they're actually leading by 6 rounds. So that is also an interesting one if you're going to pull it up alongside this one, because this one I feel like is about to start, but they're taking the time for the final map, but surely it will be a banger here.
Well, you got to take your time. You've got to make sure that you are 100% ready to play this map 3, especially considering how unfortunate it was that it ended on Anubis. But one thing I really want to mention about iNation is that I absolutely love their upbringing and form as of recent for one specific reason. You may not know iNation, some people might not, but these guys have been in the Counter-Strike scene for just shy of 10 years. Not necessarily this core, but the banner in iNation, and they haven't ever really done that much. So the fact is, this is some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen the iNation banner play ever, and it doesn't look like there's a limit just yet. I mean, forZe is definitely a bigger step than anybody would have attributed iNation to coming to, where iNation, it's not unheard of to see them in some of these online events. It's not unheard of to see them in some of the group stages of these online events. But playoffs, for starters, is a big one, and this far is another. And, I mean, even here again, some people would expect them to get blown out, not having known the recent history of iNation. So the fact is, they've taken us to map 3. They've come within striking distance on every single face, so I personally, I'd love to see them take this away. I'd love to see them keep this underdog story continue to run with the little experience they've got on their roster, not necessarily a ton in the Counter-Strike global scene as it is, but it's just huge to finally see something click under this banner and for the greater good of the org.
Well, I mean, you were seeing how they were, or they're in the game for almost 10 years. They had the likes of Nico and Hunter in the team, not at the same time, but still they were in the team at some point. They had Kassad, they had Yanko, they had Letni and Solo, who right now, Letni is the main coach of Tyloo, Solo is the assistant coach of Tyloo. They had Nexa as well, who is currently playing for OG. Neno is also a name that you might recognize. He's right now playing in BLUEJAYS. Flashy, I think he played in Budapest 5, if I'm not mistaken. So they had some big names in the roster as the time went on. But in the end, I think this is the best that they looked ever. I think this is for the team. They were ranked 47th at some point, so that's not higher. 40th, I guess, was the best previously when Letni and Solo were playing on the team alongside Emmy. But right now, this is the best placement that they have, and arguably this could be the best lineup that they have. Because remember, sure, they had Nico and Hunter, but Nico was not the Nico that we know today. Nico, he was just maybe at the start of his career. Hunter was probably as well before he was in Valiance. I think it was the biggest, well, when he was starting to make it big. So they had some really notable names, but right now this is the best lineup that they do have. So we're gonna get into the game and let's see what this best lineup of iNation can do against forZe.
Well, you hope something good, and something good would be a win right here, Inferno. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tricky, especially when we've seen what these guys are capable of with the AKs in their hands. Well, that's exactly how they're starting, so we're going to get a clear, crisp-cut idea of what we're going to see, at least for the totality of the map on Inferno here, at least in the first upcoming rounds. But the pistol is also a good pace setter as they look to go up mid. This is perfectly read in the stack of iNation. 4 here. Fours are going to come walking right in. Molly, smoke, flashes. They've invested a lot of utility, and the output seems to be a pretty good start, but 1-for-1 trade may not be exactly what the doctor ordered, as Depression's still trying to fire off some shots in from Arch. The next man is passed up. It actually is Depression. It was Choiven Arch. Depression doesn't get much done besides the 2v finds on the initial hold. But it is still 2-on-2. It is still even footing as you've got the dualies starting to look around through lane. Both remaining Ts are trapped in the middle of the bomb site, and the dualies could decimate them right now. You know where both are. You spotted them both as they cross back in, but on low HP, both of them are going to struggle to find this last kill. Jumping on top of the box. Who doesn't like him? On 1 bullet's difference of HP, he says, come at me, take a swing, and he still wins the fight.
And well, I do feel like this pistol round will just mark the way that this game is going to look. I do expect it to be full of action and really close in most of the situations. That's exactly what you want to see, as both teams are fighting for tournament life here and for a chance to make it to the semi-final tomorrow. But right now, iNation, they do force up with the pistols, whatever they can afford. A lot of util and actually 4 nades that can deal some good damage. They're trying to get them lined up here and do some early damage to forZe, as that is the main point of early star damage that they can do. Of course, the Deagle can take a peek into mid if they really want to, but that wouldn't be all that good. Nades coming through from forZe as well towards that B site, but not a lot of damage in the smoke. For Arch comes through, blocking the view from Library. They could actually go through Arch towards that B site, but the help is here. The two players from B, or actually two of the players on B, do come through, but Result will take out Kindo, and he's actually going to push through the smoke. Vladen expects it, get some damage to Result. He's also Dragon there to take him out. Shalfie manages to take down Depression, but Vladen is still on site.
Look at how low some of these players are, man. One bullet's the difference between Krad and Shalfie, both in falling. Half HP is Zordy, and every T is here, including CT, so it's just going to be an absolute war on the A site right now as they come through the smoke. The pistols look to activate once more. The low HP players take a tumble, and it's all Jerry in the 1v2. It's another clutch required, but this one won't be called upon. Bolden in the 5-7 is one of the best combos you'll ever see, it seems. And iNation have used it to tie things up in the early days. Now the Force Spy is going to come back, and the chaos will not stop ensuing.
I mean, Vladen in the on the 5-7 and Krad on the Deagle, right? And we've seen some wonderful plays from both of those players and also from both of those teams. Now, by winning that, it looks like forZe are going to buy up here. They didn't get the bomb down, which means they didn't get some extra money, so they will be using the pistols into this one as well. Now we do see iNation being aggressive towards Banana and taking complete control of Banana there. It was a really important point that you made in the previous best of 3 where Apeks were a little bit of big struggle actually taking control of the map. That's not a problem for iNation as they do get complete control of Banana, again uncontested by forZe. We do have a couple of smokes and 3 flashes, so they can use those to surprise the players in Banana, especially well, with only one Tech 9, it might be hard to take the close range duels in a fast-paced kind of action, but with the Eagles going towards that A site, well, those duels could prove fruitful for the Eagles.
The Eagles aren't putting much pace into the mix just yet. It seems like they're gearing up for a Halls pop, but I mean, you've only got 3 of your 5 players here. Maybe trying to sell a distraction, but I mean, numbers are usually the only way you win at these Halls pops. So right now, considering the fact that it's even footing, I don't think you're going to get anywhere closer than you hoped. Yeah, I mean, that was just a questionable way to play that out, but iNation will be okay with it. A flawless CT round is exactly what they wanted. Moving forward now as they take an early lead, it'll be back to pistols and forZe. I mean, it really can't get uglier than that.
Well, now they're going to go for a full eco. Not really anything to get done into this one. I mean, they just want to get their weapons and get it over with. Those eco rounds. And they're going to rush into that B side, but the nades, look at the damage. The round's over. That was probably one of the fastest rounds I've ever casted. Just rushing down Banana and taking a lot of damage from the nades. The MP9 cleans it out. And iNation just get the third on the board. Now forZe, they will buy up here. No chance for an op just yet. But I'm sure that the AKs can prove very deadly against the likes of iNation. And of course, iNation not really necessary to reinvest into anything. They do have a couple of MP9s, but as they get closer to the side, those MP9s can, of course, deal a whole lot of damage, even though you're using an AK. Now let's see if they're going to fight for control of Banana. It would be very risky for iNation to do that this time around. In the previous round, sure, you can just peek in. What's the worst that can happen? The clocks can come closer and it will be easier for you with the MP9 to get the frags. But now this time, as they have the AKs and the Galil, well, that's way more risky. It's just easier to play it safe. Get Choiv into a close position so the MP9 can shine. And the Galil of Kindo can just get the damage done from the back there, just from coffins or new books or something.
I told you about the utility usage this game and how much it's going to play a part. Well, look at the part it's playing right now. With what they've got left to go into one of these bomb sites, it's really next to nothing. They've got a handful of smokes and flashes, but the flashes are better for the CTs as they find almost 3. Dragon has put a knife in the middle of the road of this round. that you are not coming in. Depression still on an MP9. His targets, 2 half HPTs, both funneling their way up lane and putting themselves to an end. Upgrades to be found just about everywhere. And iNation sweep away the first rifle v rifle. And it was a bonus, too.
Well, that is not what you want to see if you're a forZe fan. Losing to those SMGs as well is not all that good, especially on this final map. If iNation get ball rolling, forZe might be hard to stop it, of course. Playing again with the pistols and having some util to go by. They have enough money to buy an op in the next one. I do doubt it. Maybe if they get some frags, but it should be pretty hard to get the frags here. And I do like how calculated iNation are with their take of banana. If they know they have the upper hand on that take, they're gonna go for it. If they know they're beyond their hand, and then before they have the better chance of taking control back, they're just not gonna do it. Kind of only good for one. Nade coming through, and Choiv will fight with the Galil. The Molly will force them back. There's still a flash to be played. The final flash coming through. Choiv will turn around, but he's gonna be unflashed by the time they get next to him. He still falls to Shalfie. Dragon with one onto Zorte, and now that should pretty much decide the case. Although Shalfie has the AK and he can take off the head of Dragon, but he falls in banana, and now danger is averted for a second as Krad can make his way towards the side with the bomb.
And plant out of it too, so I mean, not only that, but an avenue allowed for the post. Where is he going with this? Back into lane. This, I think, a gap in this smoke. Yeah. Jumps on top of it. Volden decides to dispatch, and it's costly. Sure, iNation, they've got enough flawless rounds to back up the economy for them to care.
5-1. And now it is a chance for forZe to have a very good buy into this one. And we do see the op coming out instantly from Zorte. So let's see if that op could make the difference for forZe. But as I mentioned, iNation, they don't really go for those aggressive plays when the enemy can have the upper hand. So now in Banana, we do see Depression going towards that B side. He might be going for a peek here, but if he falls against Zorte, that's not going to be good. Smoke came through though, so there's going to be no early peek from Depression, but Krad is very close here. You don't know about Kendo. The flash is going to come through at some point, but Depression is taken out by Krad. That's the op going down. Flash is late and Krad is already backing away. The Molly will force him even deeper into Banana, but as Kendo picks, Jerry gets one as well, and that is a 5-on-3 with only one defender of the B side left alive.
Well, they're gonna come walking in, Troy. There's no better there's no better time than the present. It doesn't seem like the present provides him any gifts. He takes a quick tumble in B, and there's really nothing left to be said about it. Results holding for this lurk, or potentially even save, but doesn't really matter. forZe, regardless, have gotten themselves a pretty squeaky clean rifle, and Dragon and Volden are the only ones left to try and say anything back about it. Now, I said money's built up enough, but eventually iNation gonna have to wonder about that, as you got maybe 2-3 buys at most left in the hat. I'd say 3 is generous, but hey, if it works, it works. Dragon, we may see him work for a pick back over in Boiler, but Result refuses to give anything up. I can't tell if maybe they're waiting for more people to get here to hunt them down, or if he just wants to make sure they can't go back into mid for some reason and ensure his teammates can leave B. But either way you look at it, I mean, it's just disciplined from forZe.
Yeah, it would be very good for forZe just to hang on all to the weapons here. They won't advance more. That will be the second round going the way of forZe. iNation, very good economy. No problem into buying into this one. But with those kind of rounds, forZe, they're chipping away the money of iNation. Now, you would expect to see a lot of saves from the CT side, right? It is very hard to retake both of those sides. So especially when they're at the player disadvantage, they're just probably going to go for the save. That applies to both of those teams when, of course, when forZe get the CT side as well. But that just means win the round as they're coming in. Just take them out as they're coming in. Fast play into apartments, and Depression will dodge the flash, but Jerry and Resolve, that is a very good push into A apartments. Dragon tries to cover by himself, gets one, but he's taken out by Shalfie, and A side is completely overrun. Now, if they can find Zorte, that would be a big pick, but Zorte's still here, and he's still waiting to take the fights, not shying away from a gunfight, even though you're the upper, and you also have the bomb. That is very ballsy, but it works out for forZe.
And it's going to give him a third. I told you about how much money the CTs have left. Well, again, this is going to be one of the rounds they can buy back into coming up, but I don't know how further the gap extends from that. You got a good bit of loss bonus coming through to really assist the foundation. I don't think they can afford an op on Depression unless somebody else drops it over, and I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, he's not been getting much done with it. No disrespect to him, but I think he's more so valuable on a rifle right now than he would be on an op. Potentially, you have him and kind of take control of Banana, do something like that. But, I mean, it's clearly not working when we're going for the opening duels with the op here. So, forZe, they've cracked the code for now. Gonna have to change a little, keep changing things around as we try to add more rounds up and up and up. But these are a lot more convincing. This is a forZe that's scary to go against. The one that I was talking about in the pregame, that maybe they're just going to win their aim duels. Maybe they're just going to have better util usage. And there's not really going to be a weak spot.
Now getting into round number 9, iNation. Slowly, their funds are running out. That is the main issue here, but it could be the case by the time their money runs out, they could be on max loss bonus. Not that it helps, it means they lost 4 rounds in a row, but still, there's something to work with. Again, a fast play here from forZe. The Molly will force them back, but they do get very close to the site here, which is very impressive. I do like the fact that they're focusing on their individual strength, or individual skill, I should say, more here on Inferno. Although Depression finds Shalfie in mid, they do stop the advance just for a second there. As the Molly is still burning hot in mid, they will decide to back away, regroup towards that B site, and that's exactly when Depression rotates in to that B site. Good read here from iNation, but can they stop them?
Flash played perfectly, man. Depression, that would have been a freebie pick if that flash was even a half second later. So now, more reliance on the people already on B, and I guess the faith is well placed with both of them finding a kill. Result is still looking for more, but one is all they get. And the same thing goes for the entirety of the team in forZe. iNation, right back up to winning ways with a 6 on the board, and they don't even get the op to get dropped that round. So forZe, their little entourage of trying to limit the economy of the CTs is somewhat stalled, prohibited even as we go into the 10th round. Eventually, if they get another one of these flawless rounds, they're just gonna have enough money to buy for the rest of the half. That's so rare for a CT side.
iNation, they do get some footing here, but is it stable footing? That is the question, because forZe, they're gonna keep on rushing, and they get themselves into long. I mean, just by doing those fast plays, they are surprising iNation here. Trying to peek through the smoke there. Vladen is paying attention, but Kindo will find Krad. Result found by Kindo as well, and they are shut down as soon as they peek around the corner. forZe, again, trying to go for this fast play. It did work for the first time, but the next two, they were stopped in their tracks by iNation. Shalfie was spotted. Now iNation, they're about to get their 7th on the board if Shalfie doesn't get an amazing 1v5 here. And as he's backing away, I think it is just going to be a save, or at least trying to save here. But iNation, they could go for the hunt here. Deal as much damage as you can to the economy of forZe, so you can at least calm them down a little bit. Maybe they start playing safe again, although even if in those fast plays they surprised only once.
You know, this is the one thing they couldn't let happen. They couldn't let iNation get flawless round. or anything close to it, because they were starting to actually abuse the money that iNation had to work with, considering what it once was. But, I mean, now, just right back where it started. And it's not even like you could take down Dragon through the door. He's actually saved. And it's not only 7-3, but 7-3 with the lowest money being $4,800.
And now I was talking about how iNation are slowly running out of funds. Well, that's the same thing for forZe. They do get another good buy in, but they are really close to an eco. And iNation would be very happy to force them into an eco. Dragon finding the headshot onto Shalfie there as he was peeking from under. Now looking down into B. Jerry's very close to that B site, actually hiding in the smoke. But he's not going to surprise anyone because iNation, they backed away all the way through the site. Flash coming through. Jerry's not going to find anyone close by. But would he go for a quick peek in by himself? Seems like, yeah, he seems like he's backing away, regrouping with his team, and trying to go towards that A site once again. But iNation, they're playing really passive here.
Which is surprising, right? Because I feel like you kind of have to have some idea of what's going on in a situation like this. But thankfully for them, the stack will pay off. And while the site or the exec comes through, I don't know how much it'll, or rather how far it will grant them space, because there's still a good bit of counter utility to sprinkle into the mix. And then you've got Depression's op still posted on RH too. This flash will have to be placed flawlessly if you want him to not find anything. Smoke still comes through deep in Moto, and now you can just start dumping in utility with the lackluster amount of time that's been allocated to them. Just drop the smoke in apps, drop the smoke in pit. You either got to run through his smoke or just call this off to a save. 37 seconds left, and there's 3 players still here. They've not yet been sniffed out. Another molly prohibits them from coming up lane, and I honestly think at this point, you've just kind of got to call this a save. I mean, Crad been allowed to go through Moto, so he's arguably got more space than he should be given, but you've got nothing left. You've got to walk into the scope of Depression coming up through lane, but thankfully for your case, he misses a shot, but he'll only miss the one. Bomb dropped over in lane. Crad stuck in the open. There's nowhere to go except to the grave, and it's an 8th round for iNation, guaranteeing the half with 4 left alive too.
I mean, Depression getting the frag. Okay, he did miss the first one, but getting the frag on the player coming out on balcony and helping out his teammate who was laying down fire from pit was very, very good teamwork, very well executed, and that might as well save the round for iNation. That's the moment that forZe are forced into a half buy. A couple of Galils to play with. Dualies is interestingly enough for Shalfie, even though it might not be the most popular choice for pistols in half buys. Do see a Deagle and a Tech 9 who are more usual. But we'll see if those pistols can get anything done. Crad spots Kindo there as he's speaking out into, or close to, what was once the car. Ooh, Dragon, the molly was perfect. Gets a frag onto Shalfie, and they're trying to sneak by. Go in through CT spawn. Result with the Tech 9 taken out by Choi, but there's a second player pushing, and that's the bomb. Jerry goes down with the bomb in CT spawn. That should be the round done. But Kindo, he's taken out by Crad. Now maybe they still have some fight left in them, but the bomb is way too deep.
What is this smoke setup, man? You just threw a smoke on your teammates in Arch, then one in Speedway. Dude, oh man, this is just funny to see. At least in this round. Both players picking up guns, though, so there's a chance. No way, Kratz just found that kill through his smoke. On 10 HP, no less. I mean, you could not have let him get a kill. Now there's a legitimate world they can make this happen. And still, you only know about Crad being the one finding kills over in spawn, so you don't actually know that both of them are here just yet. But now, Boost being depicted and sniffed out means he's already doesn't really have too much left to live for. Maybe he does if he finds a headshot through a wall like that. Bomb's still not recovered. 24 seconds and the shotgun op needs to win the duel. Thankfully, for iNation's sake, Depression will. Too close for comfort, but iNation still feel the round's success off of it.
Widening the gap there, even though he was very close. I mean, Zorte getting the headshot through the wall there, I think it was very scary for iNation, but Depression delivers when he needs to. And the economy of iNation is just looking amazing. A couple of players on 11,000. It's just looking very, very good. And all things considering, we're getting close to the end of the first half, forZe, sure, they can get the 6, but they won't get iNation into an eco that easily, especially with the saves being an option for iNation as well. Now, forZe, they will buy into this one. They did call for a tactical timeout, so they need a plan that works to get some rounds off of iNation. Because iNation, they're already up to 9, and I'm pretty sure that T side is better for them. Yeah, 65% T round win, 52.5 on CT. Now, they already outdid their CT percentage, but they're better on the T side. At least that's what the numbers tells us. Not necessarily applies to this one, but as they rack up more and more rounds on the CT side, it might not even matter.
It might not. I mean, already this has got a really bad outlook to it from forZe. They're going right back into the A site that hasn't bid them too well as of recent. I mean, they've been getting farmed up when they've gone here in past couple of rounds and past couple of engagements, but already it seems like B's off the menu with an 8 kill not favoring you. They're just going to try to do this R trap again. Molly comes through to delay them for the time being, and even a flashbang to potentially be comboed in with it. I think Jerry may be able to turn away from that. Yeah, I love the non-commitment movement from Dragon, but he takes the wrong way to go out, and he actually falls with it. Both A players fall, and it's all up to Depression. Getting run down at both sides. He needs his teammates' help, and he needs it now. Jiggling around through Arch, Jerry is trying to take the fight to him, and he thankfully will in the favor of forZe. That could have been a big kill to find, though, if you're Depression. Didn't seem like he was ready for it. He had unscoped and everything amongst it. Now the remaining players tucked into the site to attempt this post-plant success, but there's no utility left on either side. Flashbang's the last of it, and they're still going to give this an attempt. I mean, again, you've got so much money to play with. You've literally got nothing to lose. And there goes the pit player. Hardest one to deal with now gone. You know there's a scope at the back of sight, and you've just spotted Jerry too. You know where both remaining players are. But how do you find the kills? Well, that's not a way to do it. Jerry keeps offering up his head, but the conversion isn't there. Zordy at top of the boxes won't even be needed. So forZe, they're back with a conversion, but they're going to need more than that.
Again, as I was saying, they can just drop into this one. And well, I mean, if they do win this one, forZe, iNation should have a bad bye into the last round of the first half, which gives them a better chance into getting the 9-6. But the big if is if they win this one. Because, sure, iNation, they did a mistake. They did lose the previous round, but I'm sure they will correct for that mistake into this one. And now forZe looking to play a fast one into B. At least Krad gets all the way into the smoke next to the wall, and the flash will come through. He can pop through it. Krad gets the headshot onto Kindo, and Choiv will back away as he is alone on this site, and then Mac-10 could prove very deadly. Result all alone inside apartments. They run out of bullets, but Vladan gets the frag in the end. But look at Shalfie, he's already behind them. Dragon, he will back away. Jerry in the meantime takes down Choiv. There's a third player in that B site. Dragon and Depression get a couple of kills in. Now Depression has to cover by himself. He expects to push through the smoke into CT. Jerry, he's close by, but Depression can't get the frag in time. And now it is all up to Dragon in a one-on-two. And I guess that's just a save straight away. Or maybe not.
I mean, again, they've got... Well, actually, no, they don't have as much money as I thought, so I do kind of vouch for the save here, but forZe doesn't seem like they've earned it just yet. Dragon still wants to see what's going on, but not for too long before he vacates. Depression, he expected the CT push, but you kind of need to be scoped in there. I mean, saw a couple of times now from him specifically that he's gone for these like weird reads on these questionable pushes that forZe do actually give him, but he's never scoped in. He goes for the quick scope and it never really lands. I mean, in a situation like that, it's a minute detail, but you probably want to do something like scope in towards Coffin, then just walk up with the op if you think it's going to happen. I mean, you imagine that round, if he is scoped in, he's probably getting that kill on a Jerry. It's a 1-on-2. Now Dragon's coming back through to help him for the retake and what could potentially be a 10th round. Instead, you're going into the last without the op, without a lot of resources. And it may not be as one-sided as it may have initially seemed. forZe, a 9-6 half is nothing to scoff at.
A quick technical pause as one of the players from forZe did drop in the previous round, but it seems like he's back. So everything will be okay. Now, that's not as bad as I thought, the buy of iNation, considering the money that they had. But still, they would need to pull through to just make themselves feel at ease, or a little bit more at ease, in as they get into the second half with a 10-5 score. A double digit score here for iNation wouldn't be all that bad. But it all comes down to them and how they answer to the play of forZe, the play that they want to get done here into the final round of the first half. Hopefully nothing bad did happen as the player disconnected, but as everyone is in, it seems everything to be okay. Everyone bought up, so it should very well be round of the 15 soon underway. Now again, this is the deciding map of the best of 3. As you can see in the top right-hand corner, Nuke peaked by forZe and won by iNation 16-12. And on Anubis, iNation, they did well, but forZe did even better, and they won at 16-13 to force out the third map and have a chance to go on to the semifinals. Both teams can go through to the semifinals. But the one that goes through is the winner of this map. And so far, iNation, they're still leading, and they're looking to take double digits.
I do want to see them get a little more aggressive in this round, though, because we've seen a couple of times from iNation now where they've just played so passive. They've given up choke points. They've given up car and bracket. And what I usually call the deadly sin is when you're in these 5-on-5s, these 5-on-4s, and you don't have any map control. You don't have apps. You don't have bracket. You don't have beat. What it does is it leaves you super vulnerable to these fake plays where they can just try to pull the rotations accordingly, waste out your utility. And that's the big risk you take when you go into these late round site holds and don't ever really look for information. The most of like poking and prodding we've seen them do towards A has just been with like an op posted on Arch. So I think with these MP9s, your best bet is getting them in close proximity to try to take these fights early on and get in their face with them. It's exactly what one of them does, in which I know tucks over into logs, and he's got the M4 behind him, so it's not the end of days, but still going to be quite difficult. Then you've got the other MP9 on the top of the porch angle. So I like the way iNation play this. Maybe a little too aggressive on both sides of the map now, but why they're backing up towards B to play a little more retake heavy. Again, not giving it up for free, but certainly not going to be doing much to hold on to it. And I think forZe are just trying to bait out the utility in the early round with the positions they're taking. Maybe hoping that, rather knowing that iNation aren't going to have that much to work with, hoping that they're going to throw it down off a little bit thrown in. I guess that's what happens, but honestly, this is a win for iNation with how much utility they wasted for only one Molotov. That's huge. And now they're going to turn around and go into B.
Oh, well, let's see if Indo can cover. Oh no, he goes down to a blind Crad. Shoiv has to cover by himself. Dragon, he might be quick on the rotation, but he might be too late. Flash coming through. Not everyone is blinded, but Shoiv and Dragon, they're getting the frags either way. Zorte in a 1-on-3 has the AK. He's going to be spammed by Dragon to the smoke. Double digits for iNation, and they turn the situation around. What a way to finish on the first half, and we'll see what happens in the second one. We are back. Double digits for iNation. 5 rounds in the lead. Is that enough, Antran?
I mean, I sure as hell think it is. A pistol round would pretty much be the end of days and put forZe out of this event. But, you know, if they live up to what their pistols have showed us before, then there's no reason to think that forZe can't find an avenue back into this. This is a CT side after all. And while people have started to say, yeah, this map's T-sided, I think it's a bit different. I think this one, when you think of side favoritism, is way more unique than the others in the pool in the sense that I don't think it necessarily matters. I'm pretty sure this is like neutral ground. Whoever's the better team is usually one coming out in front. But forZe are still going to have to earn it with 3 players stacked up on car. They've got the right idea. Now they've got to commit.
Flash coming through. Jerry will dodge it, but Kindo gets them both. Brad is still here. That's the third player. That's no problem for Depression. Molly to come through, but that was very late as they got all of the frags. Close banana, but the play is not going to be. They're actually going towards the A site, and that is very risky as forZe could have gone for the save, but that would have been a little bit too extreme in the situation they were put in, and especially in a piss around. Bomb will be planted on the A side. Result will realize too late that they've been bamboozled in Sorte. The last player standing. Now he's actually going to go for the save, going to save the armor so they can force up into the next one, because this one goes the way of iNation, and the frags suddenly do speak for the team on the T side. Wonderfully done there in Banana. And well, they will be awarded the 11th one as well.
Well, forZe, now the big question. Well, the big question now is, do they buy next in this round or not? Do they go for the breaker, or do they save here? Do they give them that lead and then try to play into the rifles? Well, I think they've already shown us the answer as Jerry buys up to us, he said. But if forZe drop this round, I mean, 13-5 seems inconceivable to recover from.
Well, I wanted to translate quickly a Romanian saying, but it is very hard and weird to translate. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Basically, that's what it means. Because I've seen interesting CT sides from a lot of teams here. Now, the main problem is, iNation, they're very good at the C side. But we'll see if their good D side aligns well against the CT side of forZe. That's the main point, right? Because everyone on the server can aim well, but the strategies is what makes the big difference between the teams and what wins games and loses games. And I do see the smokes being all used here, but don't worry, they still have a couple of smokes left for that B side. Now the problem is there's still a couple of smokes on this A side as well, and Sorte can delay the push through mid, although he's only covering with a Deagle for himself. Result with his 5-7 is colorful. 5-7, at least he needs to take out the Mac 10 that's going to drop on his head, basically, or maybe not. Ooh, Result almost gets one Shelfie, takes out Kindo, but can he be found in time? Oh yes, he will. And well, that's about it for forZe. They're just going to back away, save those two pistols to use into the following round as well. Good effort from forZe, but iNation, that push was very interesting. As the players were pushing up through short, that's when the Mac 10 dropped from apartments, just to make sure that the player in pit was not looking in his direction. Very well taught by iNation into this one.
Yeah, and I don't imagine the next one's going to put up too much of a roadblock for them. I think the head's now been spotted over at car too, so this Deagle may not be able to save very much longer, though. It seems like he's just calling into the assistance of Jerry. I think the bigger problem, or the bigger thing they're trying to accomplish right now, is getting this AK to work with going forward, because that would be a big accomplishment to work with in the next round. But unfortunately for Jerry, there's a man right behind the corner, and he's not even able to get away with his life. So it's 12-5. You're down to pistols again for the eco. And what looks to be 13, how do you possibly pull yourselves back out of this? Because even, you start finding some good rifle rounds, it's getting to that point where it's just more so eventually something's going to work via just straight luck. And In Control can use that to just take game with it, which is the problem you now find yourselves in as forZe.
Well, you were saying that 13-5 is looking pretty impossible to come back from. And at this point, right, can you talk about fatigue? Can you talk about being in the late hours, being a little bit exhausted?
Nah, we're gamers. Nah, we're fine.
This is when you start the gaming session, usually.
Of course.
Well, in this gaming session right now, the pistols are doing the heavy damage. They took down Kindo. Choiv is down to 10 HP. Now he's been awarded a Mac 10. He can just play around with his SMG. But what is the right way to attack? iNation thinking to attack again in the same spot they lost a teammate is very smart here, as they will be very fast. If not, the rotations will come through and it will become very bad, as it will be 4 players on this B side to defend. And it seems like that will be the case. Krad going for some quick headshots with the Deagle, not landing them, but will they still check Jerry behind the second box? Shaw pushes in with the P250. Depression finds two, but Jerry manages to fade. Oh, they do know! And there's only result now with a 5-7. You find a weapon in Banana because both players from iNation are very low.
Yeah, this is so doable right now, and there's guns littered across the ground with the first kill now being delivered. Where is Choi? Does he know? He turns to confidence. It looks like he's aware, and he picks them both up on the 5-7. Ant's Law in perfect effect. It's the eco to put them back in contention. It's still a very long yellow brick road that they have to trot, but it's one they've found their way back onto.
Ooh, what a round to find. Wonderfully done there by Result. Very on point with his aim. The second one was not a headshot, but it doesn't even matter. His enemy was really low HP, so maybe that is one individual play that prompts forZe or gets forZe back into the game. We'll see if that's the case. Now, a tactical timeout from iNation. Because that round was very heavy on them, I'm sure. But now they do still afford another buy. This could very well be their last buy. The thing is, for forZe, that is the same case. So now iNation, they are on 12, and this is a very important round because that could get them to 14 if they win this one. Both teams on 1900, so both teams cannot buy into the next one. forZe, they do have the luxury of saving and getting maybe some drops in. But iNation, they're looking for the round win here because again, it is very important for them to win and also not lose and destroy their economy and also lose the weapons, of course. So round number 19, I feel like could very well define where this game is gonna go. And also, why do you have to do that to the chickens? They're friendly, usually. Sometimes they do block doors.
I think you mean young chickens. For your information, but
they seem pretty mature to me.
I don't know. Do mature chickens get slaughtered like that? I don't think so.
Well, let's see how mature iNation is in the decisions that they take into this one. Because it does seem like it's a pretty slow-paced play, but as they get closer to B, there's 3 players to wait for them there from forZe. And for now, they're just checking the close angles. The op is still towards the A site, and Dragon might be in a sea of trouble. Look at the peek from Shalfie. He takes down Kindo, and that's already in favor of forZe. 5-on-4. Krad will find depression as well.
Now it leaves them with next to nothing. Mac 10 to soon peek into the awful. No way. They've just done that at the perfect time. Still seems far-fetched to assume anything comes of it, but hot damn, does that feel bad to see Zordy do something like that. Now this looks a little more doable and conceivable as forZe have just earned themselves the rights to an eco. Should be 8. And then at that point, let's say you get 2 more really good rifle rounds out, then all of a sudden, this game could be close to, if not at, a tie.
5 rounds can just go by in a second if you're not paying attention, and iNation, they definitely need to pay attention if they want to rack up the remainder of those rounds. They need to close out the game. A lot of players were already spotted in mid, and Zorte, he has to peek. And Depression looking kind of disappointed to where Dragon was that he went down, but it is only basically a full eco, right? It is basically Glocks all of a sudden for iNation, and with those Glocks, they're just gonna need to, or they'll try to take a weapon off of forZe, maybe a couple. If they get the bomb plan even, that's gonna be even better for them. But let's see if they can get through the upper and also weapons on forZe's side.
It's gonna be tricky. You gotta find the isolation and take it down. Unfortunately for them, there is no isolation in sight as they try desperately to pepper down Shalfie behind that smoke. Zordy just ensures that the president is protected. Secret services get down, and forZe say, let's get up, because we're only 4 rounds away from taking a very doable tie.
They do have the buy here, iNation, but they're basically out of money once again because they were on eco, of course. 3 Galils to help their cause. But forZe, if they win this one, they could actually make it to double digits. They're getting their economy going as well to try and avoid an eco. But look at the damage from the utility. forZe lose a player, but Jerry trades in. Now he's down to 16 HP and he has to back away. Still 2 players towards his B side, but at the same time, Zorte finds one onto Vladen in mid, and that is a massive find. And also a ballsy peek as presence was being called in banana. But they were still being careful of mid, and at the same time, result. He's in a very important position. Will they ever expect him to be here? Depression peeks in, and he gets the headshot. How did he get that headshot? But it doesn't even matter because now they can walk into the A site as they don't know that Zorte is alone. But if they find the headshot on Zorte as they did on the result, that is basically A side completely open and the round done. I don't think forZe go for that ever. 55 seconds left. And they're taking it slow. This is the best iNation could have done here because this is a lot of pressure onto forZe. They're down to a 3-on-3, and they have no idea what's happening in this round.
Which is surprising. They have a lot of space to work with right now, and I think that's why you're starting to see Jerry cheat back over into A to ensure Zordy's not alone and solo guarded. But at the same time, forZe, they got to be lucky that iNation didn't just go Wing into A because there was nothing they could have done to stop it. Now, they leave it in Shalfie's trusty hands, and this is why, because you give him an inch, he'll take it a mile, and he finds every kill without trouble. forZe, off of him and him alone, are kicking in this game, are given a chance, and send them to another eco.
Wow, that was very impressive from Shalfie. Everyone is showing up here in this final map. Currently, the scoreboard is being led by Depression, and now the lowest, the shame award goes to Crad. But well, he's been doing very well on Ancient as well, and I'm sure he has delivered when he was needed on this one as well. Now Jerry gets one onto Vladen, but he was taken down to 5 HP because of the nades. But that's not really an issue. He will be traded the op. Zorte will play that M4. That is no problem. But also, iNation, they're only playing pistols. They have a lot of utility, but they're still playing only pistols. They have some armors there to help out as well. But as the nades are chipping away at their HP, they're looking to play into that A site. Let's see if they can even make it to the site as they're being held by Shalfie. And also the nade from Resolve all the way from downtown. He gets a quad kill in the end to close it out for forZe, double digits, and iNation will buy, but forZe, they're looking better and better.
This is literally a role reversal from what forZe were getting done to them on this first half. They are just dictating everything. The pace, the space, the entries, the openers. Everything is in forZe's control right now, and iNation need to find a way to stop that. There is no identifiable weak spot right now. They've done well at actually taking and then retaking, for that matter, at Banana. Same thing goes for brackets. Holding down A, holding down B. It's happened all, and iNation cannot seem to catch wind of what to do. And now, the most important gun round of their game is going to be played out. Even more important than any you can picture on Nuke or Anubis, because this is the decider. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. And what could matter is you losing this round and giving away a tie to a strong, momentum fielding, aiming well and perfectly orchestrated forZe at the very last second.
Molly thrown there, and he has to be smoked out, but the flash comes through at the perfect time. Kindo will find the first one, but he will be taken out by Crab through the smoke, and those instant trades, they keep on happening here. Be it in Banana or in mid. So far, this game is action-packed. The max here, but right now, iNation, I feel like they have a little bit of an advantage if they read the situation right. If they go towards B, surely they have the biggest advantage. They will be against Crad, but at the same time, they'll be 4 against 1. Looking to throw some util into A as well. Sorty won't be blinded up. He gets the frag onto Dragon, makes it a 4-on-3, and Molly should delay the players on iNation. Flash comes through, to help him out from Jerry, but he backs away. Depression was holding the angle, but didn't react in time. And now do they still want to go towards the A side? There's still 3 players here.
3-on-3, what can they do? They've got one flash to try and seal the deal, but that's a big missed shot from zordy. Knowing somebody may still be in pit, they've got to break apart one of the most unbreakable crossfires in the game, and that's not the way to do it. Depression with goes both ways, but now he has an unthinkable task in front of him. Jerry, he won't let him get close. He'll pick the op back up for zordy. He'll put forZe on 11, and he'll send iNation to pistols once more.
Oof, this is getting very close very fast. 12-11. Just now we were in the 12-5 scoreline, and we were thinking, well, iNation, they're playing this really well. Can forZe come back? And, well, yes, they can. They most definitely can. And look at that, the aggression towards Banana. Risking a lot as they're playing the pistols. They do lose Crad, but there's still 2 players towards this B side. And look at mid. Mid is completely in control of forZe. They pushed all the way down mid. Shelfie takes down Dragon. Result, he is fighting the Tech 9 all the way down in Banana. Choi did get that frag, but will it be the only one he will get? The nade deals a lot of damage. It's being pushed by another Tech 9. Gets one more, just for good measure, onto Shelfie. So they do lose 3 players, but just now, forZe, they tie up the score against iNation on the final map.
And now is when forZe can really start to break through that barrier. There is no more eco for forZe. The only boat that's put into is iNation. Yeah, the only ones economically viable at this point. forZe are too big to fail, quite literally, when you look at the cash they've got built up. So iNation, it is going to be a hard-fought battle, thick and through. And again, it just feels like there's no reason to believe that iNation have what it takes, or maybe they do if Depression's posted up for shots like that. I mean, the exact reason of that boost is to catch off this T-spawn offer, and he just deals with it like it's nothing. Breezes through it like it's just a deagle peeking down mid with his knife pulled out. But now we need to see iNation actually capitalize and add something up off of this man advantage that they've gotten. We've seen it a few times now where it hasn't necessarily been enough, and it's just been instantly exchanged, as you've mentioned before. But this time feels different. This time feels like they've actually forced forZe's hand at something meaningful, and Results is the only one left to defend off A. I think he spotted Folden in the smoke, but you wonder, are he's going to go up now? If they find this kill, they most certainly will. That's their second on A, and you know at most there's one here. So you W key in, get the bomb down, take control of the site, and lock in 13 almost guaranteed. But it already looks like forZe have some intrigue in going for this retake.
Oh, Shelfie peeking out. That should just seal the deal. Dragon finding Jerry. Yeah, for sure. Grab that. No reason to go in and lose this M4. Sure, they have a lot of money to work with, but there's just no reason to go in. The round is already done. Sure, there is a chance for a 1-on-5, but to find all of those 5 kills as iNation, they're actually holding down the angles. It's going to be very hard. He gets one onto Fladen, but what he doesn't know is they're very close to him. He's looking for some more, but Kindle will take him out. That's 13 for iNation. That's them again in the lead, holding on to that lead, not giving it away to forZe. But the thing is, forZe, they, as said before, they do have a lot of money, so there's no problem buying into this one, and the next one should be covered as well. Maybe the next 2 even. The next 2, though, if they do lose them, it means map and series point for iNation. So even though this is getting very, very tight, the thing is, iNation, they got 1 round after forZe got 7 in a row, so that's not looking all that good. Let's see if they can answer back with even more.
I mean, track record says the answer is probably no. But again, I talked about what the win condition really is going to be for forZe in this game. It's the utility usage, how it actually goes for them. And they've leveled up in it most certainly. Jerry, though, sitting inside of this smoke. Depression spotted him, and he gets himself a free opener. One that may be good enough to put iNation right back out in front by 2. Still one inside the smoke too, but A1S means no bullet tracer, so Shelfie gets away with that one unscathed. And even though you've got Kindo low in the 5-on-4, it's a 5-on-4 nonetheless, with utility continuing to be expended from the belts of forZe. When I once just applauded for their good utility usage kind of goes down the drain with the disadvantage they've now been handed. Shelfie getting ready to peek back in the middle off of a flashbang, but Dragon, he doesn't peek out off it. He holds, plays the more disciplined approach. And thankfully for his own case, it was a good option to make because Zordy was posted up for him to come swinging out Boiler off it.
Zorte, he has the right idea. Dragon in Boiler. The flash comes through, and Zorte hits the shot onto the enemy Opera. He actually takes some Dragon, but Depression, even though he was low HP, he gets the frag. Vladen gets result before he falls into pit, and now it is all up to Shelfie. He got 1v3 again before, but the Molly will force him out, and Choiv just gets an easy frag onto Shelfie. Crab, the last man standing. He's just pushing Banana. He won't find anyone, but he's surely gonna save that M4. This time, he's not going to be pushed by iNation because they're really far away. But the round will go in favor of iNation. That's 14 for them as they're trying to close out this game before forZe get the momentum going. But I'm sure, 99% sure that this one will be a tactical timeout from forZe because they do need one as they are looking to stop iNation. They did so for 7 rounds in a row. What changed?
I'm not sure, man, but it certainly seems like that last time out they called gave them some form of oomph in the right direction to push them back out in front. But it doesn't mean they're at the end of times just yet. Like I said, forZe, they're too big to fail. But this loss bonus starting to add up against them now. Even if they drop this next round, they're going into a bye again. You are going to only go through byes if you are iNation. But they've done well so far. And the task at hand now turns to only 2 more required.
One is still looking strong for forZe. I think they were contemplating about going for a double up setup, which would have been interesting to see. But iNation, they're looking to use the single op setup to get it done here. 16-12. Well, we'll see if they can stop forZe from getting any more rounds, because forZe surely they're gonna try to change something as well.
It might, but I don't know if the change is going to be all that welcomed. The op is scoped in and walking up Banana. I'm not too sure. I thought maybe they were going to try to go for a boost, but a late round not pick certainly is not what they want to go for. I think that would get him killed. A couple nades go over into the sandbags. Jerry forced into an uncomfortable spot via the top of them, and Choiv is going to find the kill for free, knowing there's still more here. I believe the utility gave away what's going on in the setup. So you can instantly see them turn their attention back towards A. Everybody vacates Banana, gets ready to hit that A bomb site with only 2 players here, and they're both split apart from one another. Nades, Molly still to come flying through, and you'd imagine that you just dump both these AGs into pit. There's really not much they're going to be able to do in correspondence. Actually, there's no smoke either, so he's stuck in the open, and there's not really a crossfire in play. Shelfie, does he even bother sticking around? I don't think so, especially with how low he's been tagged through the smoke. It's a save call from forZe, and it's 3 serious points for iNation to move to the semis.
Of course, they're just going to save the weapons because they need to buy into the next one. But as Choiv is slowly pushing through Banana, the round 15 will be get by iNation. They will get that one, and they will get to the series point. Tournament life here, hanging on for tournament life. It is forZe, and it is going to be very hard to stop iNation at this point.
They did it before, and they got this far with that little stint of momentum that they had achieved in past times, but the past is clearly separated from the past, and seems like it's far, far in the rear view. And now forZe, they are on their potential last tournament's life. Like, they've got this bye coming out again. Yeah, I told you about that. But here's another thing they now have to worry about. That once too big to fail mentality is no longer going to assist them going forward. Whereas if they win this round, but like have it come down to a close 1v1, lose the op, that's something they can't bring back in. It's gone with the win. And that's not a good start that you were hoping for. Your star offer hits the dust, and with it, Shelfie falls to 7. 2 of your heaviest hitters this series are gone. and you know there's still 2 towards Banana. You wonder, do they just go into A? What's really going to stop them? Result is the only one who's usually here. He's just dumped in a molly. You know exactly where he lies, and they find kills so freely. It's Jerry, it's Crad to keep forZe in the event and to stop the Titan that seems to be iNation from continuing their spree of upsets. Well, the mollies come over the site, but don't provide them any extra entry points back in. Crad's the only one doing anything of notice, and it's not enough.
Or maybe not.
1v4 for Jerry, turned to 1v3, but the molly is all he's found to kill with thus far, and there's a gap in that smoke. He's stuck in the corner. As soon as he makes a footstep, they're going to know exactly where he lied. Just spamming the smoke, they're getting it over with, and Valden closes it out for iNation's semi-final berth in the CCT Western Europe playoffs.
In 2-1, what a wonderful result from iNation. Wonderful effort, and they do get it done in the end. They will be playing against Spirit Academy tomorrow, and that's going to be a banger of a game. Of course, the other semifinal of this GamerLegion against Apeks, and again, that's those 2 semifinals. They just feel like awesome games. So make sure you follow CCT. Make sure you check out cctour.gg as well. But Antran, those were 2 amazing best of 3s.
I mean, they were phenomenal, man, especially the way it ended with iNation almost giving up the comeback just to wake up right before things get too sketchy and take it across the finish. As you said, moving to the semifinals, it's a matchup I would love to see. And the fact is, I hinted at it earlier, with the teams in this side of the bracket, it's insane. You had forZe, Young Ninjas, Falcons, BLUEJAYS, Sprout, and Big, all in this side of the bracket. None of them have made it to the semifinals. And one of these 2 teams, between Spirit Academy and iNation, they're going to be the one going to the grand finals. And I'd love nothing else, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I just cannot wait for the day tomorrow. But this would be the final game of the day. Of course, South Europe, I think, is still being played right now. Yeah, Apeks are playing against Budapest 5, so make sure to check that out. But for us, for the west side of no, not like that, but the west side of Europe here, that's going to be all for us. I was Pop. With me, of course, it was the wonderful Antran. Awesome day here at the CCT, so make sure you check out the stream tomorrow. But that's going to be all for today. Take care, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.